Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you live coverage of updates on the Iran war and other news. And King Charles III will be addressing the U.S. Congress at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. In 55 minutes, we'll have live coverage of King Charles addressing Congress. I have a live shot from Congress right now. Look, from the Capitol. Let's see here. I got to keep an eye on what other feeds I have. But again, 3 p.m. is when King Charles will be addressing the Congress. He is making a state visit, King Charles. And you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to do something here. Oopsie. Hold on. Let's do this. There we go. Appreciate you guys being here. We have moderating. Janet is moderating. Thank you, Janet. Ruth is moderating as well. Thank you so much. Oops, what do we got now? What's happening now? Hold on. I think we're gonna see him. Oh, Speaker Johnson and King Charles. Hold on a second here. Wait just a moment. Look at this. Look at this. Hey, look. It's King Charles and Speaker Johnson.
Yes, all across the country.
King Charles and Speaker Johnson.
About 760,000.
Thank you, press. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Hey, it's Chuck Schumer.
Thank you very much.
I think. Bye. Bye, press.
Thank you. Excuse me. Let me just get that.
Yeah. Keep an eye on that. So I was just thanking our moderators for being here. We have Surly Dev and Matthew Kohai 3 are moderating over on Twitch. Thanks to Shraki for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. We have Queen Consort Camilla is in town. I don't know. So she's been with Charles. She was with Charles yesterday, but I don't know specifically where she is right this second. Thanks also to Blogi. Thank you, Blogi. I appreciate that. Thanks, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, who moderate for us over on X. And let's see here. One moment. I don't know. Now I hear two of myself. Kay Lowry Body is modding over on Facebook. Thanks, Kay. Thanks to Kristen McConnell Gates for subscribing, and Joanne Gradwall for subscribing, and Dolly Clark for subscribing. Hey, look, it's the Capitol. It's the Capitol where King... Oh, what's happening now? Maybe some guests are arriving. Look at this. Who's arriving? Who is arriving? Is Trump going to be there? He already visited the White House. Hi, Honest. That's a good question. Oh, hipster wondering if it's J.D. Vance. Now we're going to be talking about the war, giving you updates, talking about some other stories. Let me pull something up for you here. King Charles is on and Queen Camilla are on a 4-day state visit to the U.S., says Reuters. Their visit is designed to underscore the ties forged between Britain and its former colony over the 250 years since American independence. After the visit to the White House, King Charles is scheduled in about 49 minutes to emphasize unity between the U.S. and Britain in a rare address to a joint meeting of Congress at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Charles will steer clear of the political acrimony between Trump and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, but will underline their country's shared values as the duty to promote peace, compassion, and democracy while protecting the environment and religious freedom. A palace source said that, despite the periodic differences in the two countries' relationship, the king will say, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. Yes, we're going to have it live for you. We will have it live. Addresses to joint meetings of Congress are generally reserved for the closest U.S. allies or major world figures, says Reuters. The last one was by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in July 2024. Netanyahu has given more such addresses than any other foreign leader. The long-planned visit has unfolded against tensions over the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, after Trump repeatedly criticized Britain for declining to support the offensive, and after an internal Pentagon email suggested Washington could review its support for Britain's claim to the Falkland Islands. The Financial Times reported today that Britain's ambassador to Washington, Christian Turner, has said that the only special relationship the U.S. has is with probably Israel, and that he disliked the phrase because it is quite nostalgic and it has a lot of baggage about it. Asked about that report, a Foreign Office spokesperson said Turner was making private, informal comments to a group of British students who visited the U.S. in early February. They are certainly not any reflection of the UK's government's position, the spokesperson said. There will be a state dinner tonight, the first at the White House since Trump had the East Wing torn down to make way for his planned ballroom. The East Wing for decades has been the official entrance for guests arriving for state dinners and other functions, and with the area now a construction zone, they will have to take a different route into the building. Little more background here. According to Reuters, the speech by King Charles to Congress is set to last about 20 minutes. It will focus on the deep bonds between the two nations and how the alliance can benefit global security and prosperity, but it will also voice some caution about the U.S. going it alone and refer to NATO and Ukraine. While written on the advice of the British government, much of the language and tone in Charles's speech comes from Charles himself, the source said. Charles will also reference the shooting at the White House Correspondents Association dinner on Saturday. So 45 minutes, we will be watching that live. Easy Prey thinks Charles used Chat GPT for his speech. I haven't seen that anywhere. Yeah, we'll talk about the James Comey story as well. He was indicted again. Reportedly, he was indicted for a past 8647 message he posted of she shells, in apparent reference to getting rid of Trump, the 47th president. That's according to CBS News. Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. So we'll keep an eye on, again, there's some breaking news, so I just wanted to update you on that. We'll have more on the war, and we'll talk about, well, obviously going to cover King Charles addressing Congress. But in the meantime, I do want to mention a couple things here. Here, look. U.S. Justice Department indicts former FBI Director Comey a second time, source says. This is being widely reported. He was indicted, months ago? But that was thrown out because it was, I think a judge ruled that the U.S. attorney was not properly appointed, if I remember right. The Department of Justice has indicted former FBI Director James Comey, who, by the way, is a political opponent of Donald Trump, a second time. Fox News, citing unnamed sources, says Reuters, reported the case was about a social media post Comey made last year that Trump allies interpreted as threatening. The indictment would mark the second time the Justice Department under Trump has indicted Comey, a longtime foe of President Trump. Comey was charged with making a false statement and obstructing Congress in September, but a federal judge dismissed the case after finding that the prosecutor who secured the indictment was not lawfully appointed. So he's been charged again, but not for the same thing he was first charged for. The first time he was charged last year, it was for making a false statement and obstructing Congress. Apparently now he's charged over making his Instagram post. Reuters says that the Justice Department has been under pressure to bring criminal charges against Trump's perceived political enemies, particularly after Trump fired former Attorney General Pam Bondi earlier this month. Let me also mention some more reporting on this. Cravon says, yeah, you can't make threats against on presidents like that. Enjoy prison. Mr. Budina says this is what a banana republic looks like. Let's see here. Corey Lambrecht thinks this is going to go absolutely nowhere again, waste of time. Roy thinks Comey has to be the #1 world's weasel. Let me mention again with the Comey story, CBS News reports that the indictment is, where is, I don't know if it's still posted up there. I don't know that it is. There was a post he made. He briefly had posted a photo to Instagram. This was not recent. It showed seashells in sand arranged to form the numbers 8647. Administration officials and some Trump supporters interpreted this to mean 86, the 47th president. The word 86 can mean to get rid of or cancel, eject. Wikipedia says it's American slang, generally meaning to get rid of someone or something. Comey deleted that image after he had posted it. Oh, I'm sorry. So the article I'm looking at right now from CBS News talks about this image, the 8647 image with the seashells, that was posted in May of 2025. So Comey posted it briefly, then he deleted it, and then he did a follow-up post. The follow-up post is still there on his site on May 15th. This is last year. You can see he said last year, I posted earlier a picture of some shells I saw today on a beach walk, which I assumed were a political message. I didn't realize some folks associate those numbers with violence. It never occurred to me, but I oppose violence of any kind, so I took the post down. So it sounds like he's saying he saw seashells that had been arranged to say 8647, and he took that to mean like throw Trump out of office or something. And then he took the photo down and posted this. This was last year. Anyways, I don't know. Again, the reporting today says that he's been charged with relation to this Instagram post. I don't know what the exact charges are. Let's see here. Oh. Yeah, again, he posted a screenshot. This is a screenshot of the post from last year, from his Instagram. Hold on. This is the one last year that he took. Then he took it down. See, it says it's the shells that say 8647. He said, "Cool shell formation on my beach walk." But again, I'm not sure. Reportedly, he's been indicted related to this Instagram post. Now, I don't know what happened. I thought he could be indicted again for the previous charge. The previous charge involved allegedly lying to and obstructing Congress. And that was thrown out because a judge ruled that the prosecutor was, or I think it was the U.S. attorney was wrongly appointed, not lawfully appointed. But they didn't charge him with that again. Apparently, they've charged him with something related to that Instagram post. All right, so we'll talk more about that. Pepe thinks he knows exactly what it meant. Janice Key Smith says, sounds like constitutionally protected speech to me. Lightning Muskie says, Comey knew what he was doing, very childish. Now he's not going to find it so cool. K-Teb thinks it has a very clear meaning. Oh, I'm sorry. YouTube did that thing again. They still do this. When I set it to have no ads during the stream. And then the stream starts and YouTube resets the setting. So then I have to go back again and change it again during the stream. But I just did. Sorry about that. I mean, it's just, they haven't fixed it yet. They say they're going to fix it. And they haven't fixed it yet. Let's see here. Bad Toastery says Trump has said infinitely worse things online. Nation Rising think they can't prove their case. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I mean, I would assume. Well, I don't know. I'm wondering, do they have to show that he interpreted it a certain way, and how will they prove that? If they have to show that, I would have to defer to the legal experts on what they think the chances of this case are. Doughboy says he was head of the FBI. He knows exactly what 8647 means. It's an Italian gangster saying. "60 Diane says, who cares if he knew freedom of speech? I don't even know if somebody posted something about a famous person or a politician that very explicitly, forget the word 86, that very explicitly called for violence. I don't even know what the law is on that. Very well might break the law. Like if you posted that this famous person should be killed or something, like I don't know exactly what the laws are on that. I assume it might break the law. Well, we'll have to see. Maybe it'll come out today. The criminal complaint. Uh-oh. 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 Hold on a second here. All right. We have only 31 minutes until Prince Charles addresses Congress. 31 minutes. So we're going to be covering this, okay? So we got to keep an eye on this. We got to keep an eye on this. And hold on a moment. Ooh, a warning. What is this? No, that's not new. That's not new. That's not new. I just want to make sure I don't have. We probably should talk about there's a lot of talk about this passport thing too. Have you guys heard about the passport thing? We're going to get to the war stuff. Don't you worry. We will. There's a bunch of reporting that says that the U.S. is that the U.S. is preparing a passport with Trump's picture on it that people will be able to get. Is it later in the year? Hang on. So Fox News and some other outlets are reporting this, saying that there's a new passport that's going to be released, commemorative passport to commemorate the 250th anniversary of American independence, and these passports will have Trump's picture in them. I will post a link here. Let me see here. Hold on a second. To the Fox News story where you can see the picture. Let me just see if I have access yet to it. Give me one moment. Give me one moment here. Eventually I'll get access to the picture. I posted it on my X account too. Now, it's not, from what I understand, it's not changing the design of all the passports. It's an optional design that you can get. That's my understanding. What Fox News said is that they said that the passports will be available at the Washington Passport Agency for any American citizen who applies for a new passport pending availability. It's supposed to be in July. So it's a little confusing, but they're not replacing all the passports. Well, at least from what Fox News says. Again, I'll post the link in the chat. You can go to Fox and you can see the design at Fox News. Gina Pina says, do any other countries put pictures of leaders on their passport? That I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm looking up right now. Let's see. North Korea, Thailand has the monarch. North Korea does. According to AI, Gemini AI. Oman has images of the Sultan. Gemini points out that one reason it's rare is that passports typically last 10 years. So if you have a leader on there, it could become obsolete. Also, they say diplomatic neutrality. Many countries prefer neutral national symbols to avoid political friction at foreign borders. Oh yeah, as one of our viewers mentioned, In the mock-up, well, in the picture of it, the Department of State released to Fox, his signature is in gold below his picture. It will be according to the Bulwark, Trump's picture will be on the inside cover of this commemorative passport. The Bulwark, Bulwark, they say that there will be 25,000 of these passports as of now. Hang on a second here. Give me a moment. Do you have to pay extra to get one? That I don't know. That I do not know. Let's see here. Random Roulette says definitely not a waste of money, right? 23 minutes until King Charles is supposed to speak. Some of our viewers are mentioning the oil price. Oil has gone up since we were last on the air. The price I am currently seeing for oil, this would be oil futures, I am currently seeing 111 Brent and about 100 WTI. And Brent was up, this is up from about 11 days ago. 11 days ago, Brent was at about 80. So Brent has gone up from 80 to 111. That's a big increase. That's almost 40%. It was 80 I believe 80 was the day that President Trump posted all those posts claiming that Iran had agreed to open the strait and that the Strait of Hormuz situation was taken care of and that they would never close the strait again, if you remember that. So it had briefly gotten down to around 80, I believe, from what I'm seeing. But since then, it has basically just gone up over the course of 11 days. And now it is up again. Brent, I don't know if this is the May future, 30 days in advance. This is the common future that you see quoted widely, is at 111 and WTI is around 100. Priya said, Priya Vrachchaudhary said 7 posts in 90 minutes. Is that how many it was on that day? It was a lot. Yeah, again, WTI is about 100. And Brent this is the June contract. June contract. WTI around 100, Brent around 111. Oh, look, we have Congress. It's live in Congress. It's live Congress. All right, hold on. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Look at this.
Mr. Speaker, the Vice President and United States Senate.
Wow. Look at this. It's going to be Vice President Vance. They turned the volume down a bit. It's Vice President Vance. What happened to them? They muted it. Hey, it's Chuck Schumer. That's what they did. They muted it. Give me a quick moment here, please. Thank you. Oh, the Senate. The Senate's coming in. J.D. Vance in the Senate, because they're having this in the House chamber, but this is a joint session of Congress. So the Senate comes in. The Senate comes in to the House chamber. Hey, it's Tom Cotton. You'll see different senators there. I'm going to change the headline here. Coming up, and we'll be talking about the war, of course, afterwards. Addresses U.S. Congress at 3 p.m. ET. Wow. Guys, look at this. The senators are coming in. Thank you to our moderators, by the way. We have Ruth has been moderating. Janet has been moderating. Thank you. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev moderating on Twitch. Are they going to turn the volume back on? No, not yet. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over there on X. K. Lowry Body. Uh-oh, what happened here? Shannon Davis Hughes, moderating on Facebook. Thank you. Hang on a moment here. Hey, it's Ted Cruz. Again, this is a joint session of Congress. So the Senate is going into the House chamber. It's Lisa Murkowski. Uh-oh. Hold on, they lost their... I have to go to the other feed. I'm going to go to the other feed now. I got to go to the other feed. Reuters camera went down for a second. One moment, please. Oh, it's back up. Now it's back up. Now it's back up. The other feed is up here. Just make sure I have that ready. So if I do this, yeah, there's the other one. We got 2 feeds. Uh-oh, that one's kind of messed up. Well, we'll keep this one going. Cody on Wheels says, I love joint sessions of Congress. Does the other one have audio on it? Oh, it does. Look. Look at this. Let's see. No. Hey, it's Raisin Kane. Joint Chiefs Chairman Raisin Kane. King Charles is making a state visit to the U.S. for 4 days. AP says King Charles visits Washington with hopes of restoring the U.S.-UK relationship. This will be the first address to Congress from a British monarch since Queen Elizabeth II's in 1991, says AP. There will be a dinner at the White House tonight, a state dinner. Thanks so much to, I just answered your question, C.C. Derwin. 1991, Queen Elizabeth II, last British monarch to address Congress. Thanks, C.C. Derwin. Thanks, I am Charlie. I am Charlie. I am Charlie said if someone posted Obama 80, if somebody posted 8644 on Instagram, Democrats would lose their mind. Thanks, I am Charlie. Thanks, least trustworthy weasel. Thanks to Lou. Lou, we'll talk about the UAE leaving OPEC later. Although that I don't believe is the reason for the oil going up. Oil's been going up for about 11 days. But that's an interesting story. Hey, it's Nancy Pelosi. It's Nancy Pelosi. Thank you, Lou1210. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
The joint meeting will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort His Majesty Charles III into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Pelosi. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks. The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes. The gentleman from Crow. The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Amo.
The President pro tempore of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the Committee on the part of the Senate to escort His Majesty Charles III into the chamber. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from Iowa, Mr. Grassley. The Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford. The Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The Senator from Idaho, Mr. Risch. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The Senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray. The Senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin. And the Senator from New Hampshire, Mrs. Shaheen.
All members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
All right, we're almost there. We are waiting. Hold on. Let's show you this. Hey, look, it's that angle.
The Senator from West Virginia.
Oh, sorry. That looks like it's behind that one.
Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
We never know who this is.
Okay, then they just turned off the volume on this one. They periodically have been turning off the volume. Hang on. Let's see. There we go. Volume is back.
Mr.
Volume is-
Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
The President's Cabinet. Hey, guys, it's the Cabinet. The Cabinet is coming in now. Here comes the Cabinet. It's the Cabinet. There they are. I just saw Doug Burgum. We saw before Doug Collins, Howard Lutnick, I don't know if the justices are coming to this. That's a good question. The Supreme Court justices. Good question. Yeah, I have to use this camera. This is the one I'm using. We'll have sound on the other camera. Well, I know we'll have sound on this we'll have the sound for the speech. I think we saw Kelly Loeffler too. Ooh, what's this one? Hold on. One moment. One moment. Right, so the Senate is there. The cabinet is there. I assume the king is going to come in soon. I assume maybe next. We'll see. We're waiting for King Charles to enter. Elizabeth Fabian says, I want to hear it. We will be hearing the speech. Check something here. My mind spray says you think Congress will curtsy. Just Joanne says no sound because they don't want hot mic moments. I think you're right. I think this might be the actual, I'm getting this through Reuters, but presumably that would make sense to me. I've seen this happen with other feeds sometimes with Congress, depending on the feed you have access to. Yeah, it just depends on the feed you have access to. This, again, it's not my personal camera. So different channels have access to different feeds. This is the one I have access to, and this is the one where they're cutting out sound at certain points. So again, it's not like I have a button here that I can switch the volume on my personal camera at the White House, at the Capitol Hill. I might turn my clock off soon and just make it any moment. I think we're getting to the point of any moment. Well, when it hits 3 p.m., I'll change the headline to any moment. So we're waiting for King Charles to enter. At some point very soon, King Charles will enter. Where will he enter from? The same place where others entered, I think. Hold on. There's Raisin Cane in the middle there. Hey, what I need to do is get rid of the clock, because the clock is not helping us now, because it's after 3. So we'll get rid of the clock, and then we'll make the headline, "Any moment, King Charles addresses U.S. Congress." Unstable Scotsman says the king will enter from the rear, same as Trump. I mean, that's where everybody else was entering from. Thanks so much, by the way, to CJ Lars. Hey, thanks, CJ Lars, for your support. I appreciate that. Then will everybody go up to shake the king's hand? How does that work? Like, you know, when others enter, people shake their hands. Will they be shaking the king's hand? Here we go. Here comes King Charles. Here comes King Charles, I think. Right now, guys. I think he's coming in. I think. Melancholia says physical contact might be against protocol. I don't know. Sir Gammon says, not my king. Nashville Lou says, no touching. Mobio says it's against protocol unless the king instigates it. Maybe he'll want to shake some hands. My mind spray thinks he's taking some honey before the speech. Dog says he shakes hands with people all the time. I'm looking at the Royal UK website says the King and Queen meet thousands of people each year in the UK and overseas. Many people ask how they should behave. The simple answer is there are no obligatory codes of behavior, just courtesy. Many people wish to observe the traditional forms of greeting. For men, the traditional form of greeting is a neck bow from the head only, while women do a small curtsy. Other people prefer to simply shake hands in the usual way. On presentation to the king or queen, the correct formal address is Your Majesty, and subsequently Sir or Ma'am. All right, so we got the sound now as we wait for King Charles. Is that Stephen Breyer? It looks like it to me. talking to, is it Rick Scott? I may be right, I may be wrong. Justice. Former justice. Wait, he was a justice. Am I wrong about this? Is he there? Someone can help me in the chat. Stephen Breyer was a justice till 2022. Retired justice. I thought that was him, though. Nicholas M. says retired justice. Yes, he is a retired justice. Well, some of our viewers think it was him, like 60 Diane and Chris Ayers. Looked like it to me, but I'm not positive. Maybe the custom is if former justices go to an event like this, they wear their robe. It's Howard Lutnick. I think he's talking with Chris Coons. Uh-oh. Time to do this, guys. Time
Mr.
to
Speaker,
do
Their Majesties King Charles III and Queen Camilla.
Wow. It's King Charles and Queen Camilla. They're entering now. They are entering now. It is King Charles and Queen Camilla. Sorry. There they are. They're walking into the House chamber at Capitol Hill. Wow. There you go. They are there. King Charles is shaking some hands. All right. We're going to hear from him soon. Here we go. We're about to hear him speak. King Charles addressing joint session of Congress. He just shook J.D. Vance's hand and Speaker Johnson. There's Queen Camilla. They will put the sound on when he starts speaking. Here we go. I may have sound from the other feed. Let's see. No, other feed I have does not have sound on it either. We'll have sound as soon as he starts speaking. And we're about to hear from King Charles. I believe 1991 was the last time a British monarch addressed Congress. Here we go. Here we go.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Majesty, Charles III.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, representatives of the American people across all states, territories, cities, and communities. I would like, if I may, to take this opportunity to express my particular gratitude to you all for the great honor of addressing this joint meeting of Congress, and on behalf of the Queen and myself, to thank the American people for welcoming us to the United States to mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence. And for all of that time, aren't you lucky? And for all of that time, our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty, in times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community and whose impact is felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries. We meet, too, in the aftermath of the incident not far from this great building that sought to harm the leadership of your nation and to foment wider fear and discord. Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed. Whatever our differences, whatever disagreements we may have, we stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy, to protect all our people from harm, and to salute the courage of those who daily risk their lives in the service of our countries. Standing here today, it is hard not to feel the weight of history on my shoulder, because the modern relationship between our two nations and our own peoples spans not merely 250 years, but over 4 centuries. It is extraordinary to think that I am the 19th in our line of sovereigns to study with daily attention the affairs of America. So I come here today with the highest respect for the United States Congress, this citadel of democracy created to represent the voice of all American people to advance sacred rights and freedoms. Speaking in this renowned chamber of debate and deliberation, I cannot help but think of my late mother, Queen Elizabeth, who in 1991 was also afforded this signal honor and similarly spoke under the watchful eye of the Statue of Freedom above us. Today, I am here on this great occasion in the life of our nations to express the highest regard and friendship of the British people to the people of the United States. Now, as you may know, when I address my own Parliament at Westminster, we still follow an age-old tradition and take a Member of Parliament hostage, holding him or her at Buckingham Palace until I am safely returned. These days, we look after our guests rather well, to the point that they often do not want to leave. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if there were any volunteers for that role here today. As I look back across the centuries, Mr. Speaker, the emerge certain patterns, certain self-evident truths from which we can learn and draw mutual strength. With the spirit of 1776 in our minds, we can perhaps agree that we do not always agree, at least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation, was at once a fundamental disagreement between us, and at the same time a shared democratic value which you inherited from us. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not just for the benefit of our peoples, but of all peoples. This, I believe, is the special ingredient in our relationship. As President Trump himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn, the bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable. Mr. Speaker, this is by no means my first visit to Washington, D.C., the capital of this great republic. It is, in fact, my 20th visit to the United States and my first as King and head of the Commonwealth. This is a city which symbolizes a period in our shared history, or what Charles Dickens might have called a tale of two Georges. The first president, George Washington, and my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III. King George, as you know, never set foot in America, and please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action. The founding fathers were bold and imaginative rebels with a cause. 250 years ago, or as we say in the United Kingdom, just the other day, they declared independence. By balancing contending forces and drawing strength in diversity, they united 13 disparate colonies to forge a nation on the revolutionary idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They carried with them and carried forward the great inheritance of the British Enlightenment, as well as the ideals which had an even deeper history in English common law and Magna Carta. These roots run deep, and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689 was not only the foundation of our constitutional monarchy, but also provided the source of so many of the principles reiterated, often verbatim, in the American Bill of Rights of 1791. And those roots go even further back in history. The U.S. Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances. This is the reason why there stands a stone by the River Thames at Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215. This stone records that an acre of that ancient and historic site was given to the United States of America by the people of the United Kingdom to symbolize our shared resolve in support of liberty and in memory of President John F. Kennedy. Distinguished members of the 119th Congress, it is here in these very halls that this spirit of liberty and the promise of America's founders is present in every session and every vote cast, not by the will of one, but by the deliberation of many, representing the living mosaic of the United States. In both of our countries, it is the very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today. And, Mr. Speaker, for many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my life to interfaith relationships and greater understanding, it is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it, I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow in their understanding of each other. It is why, it is my hope, my prayer, that in these turbulent times, working together and with our international partners, we can stem the beating of plowshares into swords. I am mindful that we are still in the season of Easter, the season that most strengthens my hope. It is why I believe with all my heart that the essence of our two nations is a generosity of spirit and a duty to foster compassion, to promote peace, to deepen mutual understanding, and to value all people of all faiths and of none. The alliance that our two nations have built over the centuries, and for which we are profoundly grateful to the American people, is truly unique. And that alliance is part of what Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's soaring vision of an Atlantic partnership based on twin pillars, Europe and America. That partnership I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been. The first reigning British sovereign to set foot in America was my grandfather, King George VI. He visited in 1939 with my beloved grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. The forces of fascism in Europe were on the march, and sometime before the United States had joined us in the defense of freedom, our shared values prevailed. Today, we find ourselves in a new era, but those values remain. It is an era that is in many ways more volatile and more dangerous than the world to which my late mother spoke in this chamber in 1991. The challenges we face are too great for any one nation to bear alone. But in this unpredictable environment, our alliance cannot rest on past achievements or assume that foundational principles simply endure. As my Prime Minister said last month, ours is an indispensable partnership. We must not disregard everything that has sustained us for the last 80 years. Instead, we must build on it. Renewal today starts with security. The United Kingdom recognizes that the threats we face demand a transformation in British defense. That is why our country, in order to be fit for the future, has committed to the biggest sustained increase in defense spending since the Cold War, during part of which, over 50 years ago, I served with immense pride in the Royal Navy, following in the naval footsteps of my father, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, my grandfather, King George VI, my great-uncle, Lord Mountbatten, and my great-grandfather, King George V. This year, of course, also marks the 25th anniversary of 9/11. This atrocity was a defining moment for America, and your pain and shock were felt around the whole world. During my visit to New York, my wife and I will again pay our respects to the victims, the families, and the bravery shown in the face of terrible loss. We stood with you then, and we stand with you now in solemn remembrance of a day that shall never be forgotten. In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people. It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace. From the depths of the Atlantic to the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic, the commitment and expertise of the United States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO, pledged to each other's defense, protecting our citizens and interests, keeping North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries. Our defense, intelligence, and security ties are hardwired together through relationships measured not in years, but in decades. Today, thousands of US service personnel, defense officials and their families are stationed in the United Kingdom as British personnel serve with equal pride across 30 American states. We are building F-35s together, and we have agreed the most ambitious submarine program in history, AUKUS. And we are doing it in partnership with Australia, a country of which I'm also immensely proud to serve as sovereign. We do not embark on these remarkable endeavors together out of sentiment. We do so because they build greater shared resilience for the future, so making our citizens safer for generations to come. Our common ideals were not only crucial for liberty and equality, they are also the foundation of our shared prosperity. The rule of law, the certainty of stable and accessible rules, an independent judiciary resolving disputes and delivering impartial justice. These features created the conditions for centuries of unmatched economic growth in our two countries. This is why our governments are concluding new economic and technology agreements to write the next chapter of our joint prosperity and ensure that British and American ingenuity continues to lead the world. Our nations are combining talent and resources in the technologies of tomorrow. Our new partnerships in nuclear fusion and quantum computing and in AI and drug discovery, holding the promise of saving countless lives. More broadly, we celebrate the $430 billion in annual trade that continues to grow, the $1.7 trillion in mutual investment that fuels that innovation, and the millions of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic, supported across both economies. These are strong foundations on which to continue to build for generations yet unborn. Our ties in education, research, and cultural exchange empower citizens and future leaders of both countries. The Marshall Scholarship, named after the great General George Marshall, and the association of which I am so proud to be patron, are emblematic of the connection between our two countries. Since its founding, more than 2,300 scholarships have been awarded, opening doors for Americans from all walks of life to study at the United Kingdom's leading universities. So as we look toward the next 250 years, we must also reflect on our shared responsibility to safeguard nature, our most precious and irreplaceable asset. Millennia before our nations existed, before any border drawn, the mountains of Scotland and Appalachia were one, a single continuous range forged in the ancient collision of continents. The natural wonders of the United States, of America, are indeed a unique asset, and generations of Americans have risen to this calling. Indigenous, political, and civic leaders, people in rural communities and cities alike, have all helped to protect and nurture what President Theodore Roosevelt called the glorious heritage of this land's extraordinary natural splendor, on which so much of its prosperity has always depended. Yet, even as we celebrate the beauty that surrounds us, our generation must decide how to address the collapse of critical natural systems, which threatens far more than the harmony and essential diversity of nature. We ignore at our peril the fact that these natural systems, in other words, nature's own economy, provide the foundation for our prosperity and our national security. The story of the United Kingdom and the United States is at its heart a story of reconciliation, renewal, and remarkable partnership. From the bitter divisions of 250 years ago, we forged a friendship that has grown into one of the most consequential alliances in human history. I pray with all my heart that our alliance will continue to defend our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across the world. And that we ignore the clarion calls to become ever more inward-looking. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more. President Lincoln understood this so well with his reflection in the magisterial Gettysburg Address, that the world may little note what we say, but will never forget what we do. And so to the United States of America, on your 250th birthday, let our two countries rededicate ourselves to each other in the selfless service of our peoples and of all the peoples of the world. God bless the United States, and God bless the United Kingdom.
That was King Charles addressing Congress, and this feed has been cutting off the sound when he is not speaking, when somebody's not speaking. But you can see they are applauding, and King Charles calling for continued cooperation and a continued good relationship between the UK and the US. We're going to take some of your comments. Diane, sorry, I'm a little stuffed up. Now we get our sound back. I'm getting over a cold. Robert's May Queen thought it was an excellent speech. They are exiting. One of the viewers said, does the president not address this kind of speech? I haven't heard anything about it. I assume it's normal just because I haven't heard that he chose not to attend. I mean, President Trump hosted King Charles and the Queen at the White House yesterday and today. Charles was at the White House both days. But I understand the question.
Purposes of the joint meeting haven't been completed. The chair declares the joint meeting of the two houses now dissolved. The House will continue in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
There you go. Gemini AI says it's standard protocol for the president to remain at the White House while a foreign head of state addresses Congress. Okay, so apparently, according to Gemini, apparently that's standard. C. Serwin says well-spoken doesn't equal intelligent speech. Courier 7 says it's a good speech, just pointless since he speaks to clowns. We Sunshine said Trump said he wanted to go, but it was against protocol. He might have said that. I didn't hear that remark, but he very well might have said that. Here is. I guess we're going to see the king and queen leave. By the way, thanks so much to Martin Ging. Martin says protocol, president can't be there. Thanks also Motivational Living, who asked, will King Charles meet Harry and Queen Meghan? I believe that they're not meeting. Meghan is Duchess of Sussex. But from what I saw, now I'm not up on all this stuff, but from what I saw online, they are not seeing each other. During the trip. Fred said in private, possibly. Again, I haven't been. USA Today said that's not going to happen, for example. USA Today talks about how there's a rift between Charles and his son Harry, but also that it might not be seen as appropriate for a state visit to have such a meeting. Serenity says it would overshadow the trip. I do wonder if they could do it in private and just no one knows about it. As Fred Witherow said, you never know. Charles's trip is, I believe, 4 days, which I believe he got here yesterday. But there's going to be a dinner at the White House tonight. Evelyn says 3 more days. Bad Bison says maybe he'll come back for the White House UFC in June. Is that in June? Hey, thanks to I Am Charlie for your support. I appreciate it. I Am Charlie. Oh, so King Charles has finished his address. King Charles' address to Congress just finished. Gamoff says, why didn't he mention Iran? Fizzy Mint says he's not there for that. We are going to have updates about the war coming up. Appreciate everybody being here for our coverage. We're going to have more news coming up after we watch this camera for a little bit more. Shout out to our moderators who have been here, like Ruth and Roberts May Queen. And also Bastion Girl, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev on Twitch. Also thanks Katz Sado and Qbat. Katz Sado for subscribing on Twitch. Qbat for the gift sub. Qbat gave a gift sub to King Charles on Twitch. I'm seeing some cars drive by. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha over on X. Twitch. Qbat for the gifts. Sorry. Brian Eglington says he did bring up Ukraine, surviving war. Yeah, he did call for support for Ukraine. Kay Lowry Body moderating over there on Facebook. Andrea Holder, Shannon Davis Hughes. Oh, there we go. Some security. Security. Cack says, I loved hearing the speech to Congress. If you missed it, you can rewind and watch King Charles's address. Oh, we're going to get a briefing about Comey. Hold on a moment. Oh my gosh. Briefing coming out about James Comey being indicted again. Let's go. We're going to have to go to that. We're going to have to switch to the Comey briefing coming up. Oh my gosh, they're playing music. Hold on. This is at, when is this though? When is this briefing? I assume it's soon. Let's see. Am I too early? Briefing is at, I think it's shortly. So this is at the Department of Justice, I think. Okay, hold on a moment. Coming up, DOJ briefing after Comey indicted again. So James Comey was indicted by the Department of Justice after President Trump encouraged them to do so, if I remember correctly. That was last year. And then that case was thrown out because it was ruled the prosecutor had been illegally appointed. And that case accused Comey, if I remember correctly, of lying to Congress and obstruction of Congress. But today, he's been indicted again, but not for that. He's been indicted over, reportedly, he's been indicted over an Instagram post he made last year, which showed a photo of seashells that said 8647, which James Comey then took that down and said he didn't realize that 86 had a meaning that some people interpreted as violence. Apparently, he was thinking of it as like, throw President Trump out of office. But I don't know what the exact charge is. Well, 86 can mean a bunch of different things. It's slang. So I guess some people take it as violent and some people take it as removed from office. I don't know, So it depends on a person's understanding of the words. But, apparently, I assume that the prosecution is going to have to argue that he was intending it as violent, or as called, but I don't know. We'll have to see. But you can see that is the Department of Justice. In Washington, D.C. But my assumption is that this will start at, I don't know, 4 Eastern. It's 3:53. All right, so we're definitely gonna cover this. Just give me a moment here. So some breaking news. We'll talk about the war too, obviously. But since this is about to happen, we're going to see what happens here. I think I should put James Comey in the hold on. Rage Monkey says this is all leading somewhere. Give it some time. Tony Singleton Houston says it will be thrown out again, grasping at straws. Old and Broken 68 says 86 means to get rid of. Everybody knows this. Well, but somebody might say, what do you mean by get rid of? That can mean different things. Florida Shell says 86 is what bouncers say when you get thrown out of a bar. Laura Woodside thinks Comey should have been in prison years ago. Jamie Redmond says everyone knows what it means. You know, last time he was indicted, James Comey posted on Instagram about it, but I don't see anything today yet. So we'll have to keep an eye on his Instagram. Hey, thanks, Cece, for the bits. I appreciate that, Cece. CJ thinks it's a frivolous indictment. True PK thinks he definitely knows if he took it down. He took it down quickly, and then here, I can show you what he took down. This is the post that he made last year after he took it down. He said, I posted earlier a picture of some shells I saw today on a beach walk, which I assumed were a political message that read 8647. I didn't realize some folks associate those numbers with violence. It never occurred to me, but I oppose violence of any kind, so I took the post down. That was last May. Last May. Let me show you here. So the Washington Post reports that, you can see here, James Comey indicted for second time by Justice Department. The Washington Post says that a federal grand jury in North Carolina indicted former FBI Director James Comey. The Justice Department's latest attempt to criminally charge President Trump's longtime foe. The charges were not immediately clear. Maybe we'll get the specifics. Well, I assume we'll get specifics in this upcoming press conference. A people familiar with the investigation told the Washington Post the case stems from a photo that Comey posted online last year showing seashells on a beach that were arranged to write out 8647. Trump is the 47th president. 86 can mean banning or removing someone, but it can also be slang for killing a person. The original Instagram post said, cool shell formation on my beach walk. I'll show you this again. The original post, which I believe was last May from James Comey. It said, cool shell formation on my beach walk. Apparently this post from last year is what he's been indicted over. UK Aussie thinks the DOJ would have to prove intent, which is going to be pretty hard in my opinion. That's what UK Aussie thinks. I assume they might have to prove intent, although I don't know for sure. Again, this is a legal question about what the law says and, you know, possible defenses and all that stuff. Christy Clapp says it's another Trumper tantrum. Did President Trump post about this yet? Maybe he'll post about it. By the way, President Trump posted about Chancellor Merz of Germany, who I think it was yesterday, or either yesterday or the day before, Chancellor Merz said that the U.S. I think he criticized, I believe he said the U.S. entered the war without a plan. Let's see if I can find the exact, what he said. Chancellor Merz said that the U.S. was being humiliated by Iran. That Iran's leadership was humiliating the U.S. And he also said, Chancellor Merz, that the U.S. lacked a strategy in a clear exit strategy. Is that what he said? Yeah, they lacked a strategy in the negotiations, he said. This was yesterday. Chancellor Merz said this. So President Trump posted today, the Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. He doesn't know what he's talking about. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, the whole world would be held hostage. I am doing something with Iran right now that no other nations or presidents should have done long ago. No wonder Germany is doing so poorly, both economically and otherwise. Let me just show you something about Merz, sorry. Here. Germany's Merz says Iran is humiliating U.S. as talks stall. Germany's Chancellor Friedrich Merz said on Monday Iran's leadership was humiliating the U.S., says Reuters, and getting U.S. officials to travel to Pakistan and then leave without results, in an unusually abrupt rebuke over the conflict. Merz also said he did not see what exit strategy the U.S. was pursuing in the Iran war, comments that underline deep divisions between Washington and its European NATO allies, which had already been festering over Ukraine and other issues. Merz said, the Iranians are obviously very skilled at negotiating, or rather very skillful at not negotiating, letting the Americans travel to Islamabad and then leave again without any result. An entire nation is being humiliated by the Iranian leadership, especially by the so-called Revolutionary Guards, and I hope this ends as quickly as possible, he said. Merz reiterated that the Germans and Europeans were not consulted prior to the U.S. and Israel prior to the start of the war, and he had conveyed his skepticism directly to Trump afterwards. He said, if I had known that it would continue like this for 5 or 6 weeks and get progressively worse, I would have told him even more emphatically. Merz said it was evident that the Strait of Hormuz had been at least partially mined. We have offered also as Europeans to send German minesweepers to clear the strait, which has obviously been mined in part, he said. He said the conflict was costing Germany a lot of money, a lot of taxpayers' money, and a lot of economic strength. I think I have a video about this I can show you. Let's see. Let's play the video about what Merz said. Is it Merz or Merz? I don't even remember how to say his name. Terrible. I may be just pronouncing it totally wrong. Merz. I think it's Merz. Sorry. Friedrich Merz. Not Merz. Merz. Let me show you this video here. Now what's happening? Let's see. One moment, please.
Die Amerikaner haben offensichtlich
Okay. Here is the video from that Reuters article. that I was just reading about Friedrich Merz and what he had to say about Trump, or what I had to say about Iran in the U.S., then we'll take some of your comments. You can see right here it says, Germany's Merz says Iran's leadership is humiliating the U.S.
Die Amerikaner haben offensichtlich keine Strategie.
The Americans clearly have no strategy, and the problem with conflicts like this is always that you don't just have to go in, you also have to get out again. We saw that all too painfully in Afghanistan for 20 years. We saw it in Iraq.
Im Irak gesehen. Also diese Geschichte ist.
So this whole affair is, as I said, ill-considered, to say the least.
Ich erkenne im Augenblick nicht, welche.
At the moment, I cannot see what strategic exit the Americans are now opting for, especially as the Iranians are obviously negotiating very skillfully, or rather, very skillfully not negotiating, and letting the Americans travel to Islamabad only to leave again without any results. An entire nation is being humiliated by the Iranian state leadership, particularly through these so-called Revolutionary Guards.
Vor allem durch diese sogenannten Revolutionsgarden. Die Amerikaner haben offensichtlich keine.
Wow. Some harsh words there from Chancellor Merz of Germany. And I presume that's why President Trump posted on Truth Social his post a short while ago about Merz. He said, Merz thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. He doesn't know what he's talking about. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, the whole world would be held hostage. I am doing something with Iran right now that other nations or presidents should have done long ago. No wonder Germany is doing so poorly, both economically and otherwise. All right. Hey, thank you to TE88, who says all they have to do is find an audio or writing Comey referring to 86 as killing and he is toast. I suspect they have it. I don't know that that's the case. We'll have to see what they say. Thank you so much, TE88PFCR. Thank you, Jet Souls Forever, who says it could have just been a random set of numbers. Thanks, Jet Soul Forever. Least trustworthy weasel, thank you. Thank you, Matthew Felty. Matthew, this case was, I believe this indictment was in North Carolina. Because we just read a report saying that. So it sounds like NBC also said it was in North Carolina. Maybe the actual post he originally made was in North Carolina. And that's why it's in North Carolina. But I'm not sure. Thank you, Matthew Felty. We're about to see this Department of Justice briefing. Paula Thompson thinks they have zero case. Ronnie the Zombie says, I didn't once hear Merz say anything about nukes. Right, so we'll have more about the war, definitely. But shortly, we're supposed to have this Department of Justice briefing about, probably should say press conference. I'll say briefing. About the new indictment of James Comey. Excuse me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I was reading a report about the Comey indictment. Washington Post said that Comey has suggested so again, the indictment is over. Reportedly, this post that James Comey briefly had up on his Instagram last year, cool shell formation on my beach walk. And he said, he ended up taking it down soon after and said he didn't know that, he thought it was a political message and not a message about violence. To some people, 86 means violence. To others, it means something like get rid of. People use it different ways from what I understand. And he took that down and posted an apology saying he thought it was a political message, but he didn't want to post anything violent. So that was last year. Apparently, he has today been indicted over that post from May and last year. Oh, the Washington Post says there is generally a high legal threshold to charge someone with threatening a person based on their language, and legal experts said it would be tough for the Justice Department to build a strong case with just the seashells. Comey was the FBI director, named FBI director by President Obama. Trump fired Comey 4 years later over his handling of the investigation into the 2016 Trump campaign's ties to Russia. In a separate case last year, the Justice Department indicted Comey on 2 counts alleging he lied to Congress. The Virginia grand jury that approved that indictment rejected a 3rd count sought by government prosecutors involving another alleged false statement. The Virginia indictment, federal indictment against Comey, centered on testimony he gave in September 2020 during a hearing on the FBI's handling of the Russia investigation. That indictment last year was delivered over the rare objections of career prosecutors who insisted there was insufficient evidence to charge Comey. Ultimately, a judge tossed the indictment, says the Post, ruling that the Trump administration unlawfully appointed then U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, Lindsay Halligan, to run the office and oversee the case. The Justice Department has not attempted to bring that case to a grand jury again. Instead, they have brought this case. The Post says Trump has called for Comey's prosecution for years. The Post says that when Eric S. Siebert, the Trump-appointed interim U.S. attorney who led the office before Lindsay Halligan, last year concluded that the evidence was insufficient to charge Comey, Trump forced him out of his job. Little background here. Last July, the Trump administration fired James Comey's daughter, Maureen Comey, a well-regarded federal prosecutor in the Southern District of New York. She had worked on the criminal cases of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Maureen Comey is suing the government over her firing, saying there was no reason to push her out of the job other than the president's animosity toward her father or how officials perceived her political beliefs. Oh, I might have volume here. Oh, no, there's no. Sorry. I don't have volume because they're playing music. So that's why I had the volume off. The feed is playing music. Let's do a quick poll. Well, will Comey... Well, I don't want to do a poll yet because you know why? We don't exactly... Maybe we'll do a poll about whether he'll be convicted after we actually hear from the Justice Department about the charges. We haven't even heard from the Justice Department yet. Let's wait till we hear from them. Then maybe we can do a poll. I assume they're going to talk about the indictment. Oh, we have the post. Okay. Kyle Cheney posted it. 2 charges against Comey over the 8647 Seychelles post. Threat to kill or injure Trump. Transmission of threat via interstate commerce. Social media. I have the actual, I have the indictment. I have the statement of charges via Kyle Cheney of Politico posted it. Hold on a second here. So I'll read it to you. Which district of this? It's Eastern District of North Carolina. Hang on. Excuse me. Okay, so let me put it up on the screen for you so you can see it here. This is the grand jury indictment, I guess this is. Count 1. So the prosecutors go to a grand jury to get the indictment, which I think you have to do with all federal crimes. Is that true? I'm not sure, but I should check. And at the grand jury proceeding, the defense is not represented. Also, the standard that the grand jury is presented to, the standard that a allegation needs to meet for a grand jury indictment is significantly less than for a conviction. Also, I think a grand jury indictment needs to be a majority, but a conviction needs to be unanimous. But don't hold me to that because I'm not a legal expert. It's for felonies it's required, I guess. Well, Gemini AI says a grand jury is needed for federal felony indictments. Anyways, that aside, I'm assuming that's correct, but who knows? I'd have to double check it. Let's look at this. Count 1. On or about May 15th, 2025, in the Eastern District of North Carolina, the defendant, James Bryan Comey Jr., did knowingly and willfully make a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States, in that he publicly posted a photograph on the internet social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells arranged in a pattern making out 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of an intent to do harm to the President of the United States. So this is not even saying he was inciting violence. The actual language of this says that James Comey himself was threatening to take the life of and inflict bodily harm upon Trump by posting this photo. As I read this, it doesn't say he was inciting somebody. It was saying that he himself was making a threat to take the life of and inflict bodily harm upon Trump. Okay, that's count 1. Count 2. On or about May 15, 2025, James Bryan Comey Jr. did willfully and knowingly transmit in interstate and foreign commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill the president. So, by publicly posting a photograph on internet social media which depicted seashells arranged in a pattern making out 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of an intent to do harm to President Trump. This just says he would need, if convicted, to forfeit any kind of proceeds he derived from the said offense. I don't know that he derived any proceeds from this short-lived Instagram post. But anyways, so, I mean, for count 2 to fly, it's required that if a jury doesn't convict him of count 1, they're not going to convict him of count 2. Because count 2 requires that a reasonable person interpret the post as a serious expression of an intent to do harm for President Trump, I mean, that's the, legal technicalities aside, maybe there's some legal technicality of the language which allow them to convict on count 2 but not count 1. But it does seem like, just when you look at it, that a jury is not going to convict him of count 1 because count 2 is basically making such a threat, transmitting such a threat in interstate and foreign commerce, whereas count 1 is just making the threat. Okay, hold on a second here. But yeah, I didn't know if the charge would be, well, something about, well, this photo could be interpreted as telling people to do something, as telling people to hurt or kill Trump. But that's not what the charge is. That's not what the charge is at all. The charge is that the photograph would be interpreted by a reasonable recipient familiar with the circumstances as expressing that Comey wanted to do harm, wanted to kill and inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States. And just a reminder, and you would need a jury conviction would need to be unanimous, as I understand it. Oh, hold on. Is this going to start? There again there's the 8647 post where James Comey said, "Cool shell formation on my beach walk." Still music playing. Now, Laura said, shame on the NC grand jury. So, first of all, let me say this. With grand jury proceedings, Comey does not have legal representation at the grand jury. Okay? So, you don't get a lawyer to argue for your side if you're a defendant in a grand jury proceeding. It's just the prosecution. So, I don't know, also, it's probable cause, not beyond a reasonable doubt. So I think probable cause is more probable than not that you think a crime has been committed, but not beyond a reasonable doubt. And then I believe it's a majority in a grand jury to indict, but it would be unanimous to convict. Yeah, grand jury, it's majority. And only the prosecutor presents evidence. And for the jury, it would be unanimous and beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah, probable cause. Gemini says the Supreme Court generally defines probable cause as a set of facts and circumstances that would lead a reasonably prudent person to believe that a crime has been committed and that the specific person involved committed it, or that the evidence of a crime is located in a specific place. I have to look up more about probable cause, but it's not a hard. It says probable cause is fair probability of guilt. Again, I'm not a legal expert. But it's a lesser standard than beyond a reasonable doubt. Wikipedia says the usual definition of probable cause standard includes a reasonable amount of suspicion supported by circumstances sufficiently strong to justify a prudent and cautious person's belief that certain facts are probably true. All right, anyways. Again, so we have seen the indictment. Now, it's interesting. Remember last year when Comey was indicted, that was last September. They did not indict him for this. It's interesting that last year they did not try to get him indicted for this. Last year was about him allegedly lying to Congress and obstructing Congress. But that case got thrown out because it was ruled that the prosecutor was illegally appointed. But they didn't, again, for whatever reason, they didn't try to get him indicted on this last year, but they tried on this year with this. And they got a grand jury to agree with the indictment. But there's that post from last year that was for a short time on his Instagram. And again, I didn't even update the title to say, I mean, we're covering this. Well, arrest warrant issued for James Comey, says CNN. I should probably update our title. Let me do that. Let me just take 2 seconds and do that. And James Comey indicted again. Update. James Comey has been indicted again by the Department of Justice. We are bringing you live breaking news coverage of the James Comey indictment, along with updates on the Iran war and other top stories. Okay. So I just wanted to update the title for a second because people might be looking for coverage and then be like, wait a second. It didn't say in your title you were covering this. Let me also really quick, I'm not going to update it everywhere, but I'll update it on Twitch and YouTube just to get it updated. Okay. All right. Now, again, Comey has been charged with threatening the life of President Trump. Where is it here? I had it before. Comey has been charged with knowingly and willfully making a threat to take the life of and inflict bodily harm upon President Trump. Oopsie. If I can get it up on the screen here. Why didn't that work? One moment, please. There's the 8647 post that he briefly had on his Instagram. He has been indicted because the Department of Justice says that that post from last May was, where's the language here? Was that post, a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret that post as a serious expression of an intent to do harm to the President of the United States. He has been charged with knowingly and willfully making a threat to take the life of and inflict the bodily harm upon the President of the United States for that post. And the second count is that he knowingly and willfully transmitted that threat in interstate and foreign commerce. Brick Bree says 86 doesn't mean kill, it means removed or no longer available. Again, it appears that different people use it different ways. Comey said he took down that post and he then posted that he thought that this was a political statement and didn't realize that some people would consider it about violence. Oh, here we go right now. Here it is. Here it is.
Good afternoon. Today, a grand jury sitting in the Eastern District of North Carolina returned an indictment against James Comey on 2 counts. The first count is that on or about May 15th of last year, he knowingly and willfully making a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States. Count 2, same day, May 15th, 2025, that the defendant, James Comey, knowingly and willfully transmitting in interstate commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill the President of the United States. Both of these counts carry a maximum term of imprisonment of 10 years. So I think it's fair to say that threatening the life of anybody is dangerous and potentially a crime. Threatening the life of the President of the United States will never be tolerated by the Department of Justice. Over the past year, this department has charged dozens of cases involving threats against all sorts of individuals. We take these seriously, every single one of them. For example, just today in the Northern District of Florida, there was a guilty plea from an individual who threatened multiple political leaders, including President Trump. In the Eastern District of North Carolina, where this case was indicted earlier today, there are multiple threats cases very similar to this one, including one where the defendant pled guilty recently to threatening former President Biden, another one that's scheduled to go to trial this summer, another one indicted, an individual was indicted for threatening Tom Homan. I say that to say that while this case is unique and this indictment stands out because of the name of the defendant, his alleged conduct is the same kind of conduct that we will never tolerate and that we will always investigate and regularly prosecute. I want to take a moment to thank the hardworking members of the FBI who investigated this case over the past 11 months or so, the United States Secret Service who also assisted in this investigation, and the United States Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of North Carolina, led by United States Attorney Ellis Boyle, who's standing to my right. This was an investigation that remains ongoing. That's been ongoing for about a year. And that's all we're going to say about it today. I will let the U.S. Attorney Boyle speak now, and then after that, Director Patel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Earlier today, a grand jury in the Eastern District of North Carolina returned a true bill indicting Mr. James Comey with committing 2 felonies. Count 1, he knowingly and willfully made a threat to kill and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States in violation of 18 U.S.C. 871A. Count 2, he knowingly and willfully transmitted in interstate and foreign commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill President Trump in violation of 18 U.S.C. 875C. Mr. Comey will be given every form of due process all citizens are entitled to receive, to include a trial by a jury of his peers. In the Eastern District of North Carolina, it doesn't matter who you are. We take all threat cases seriously and prosecute anyone who violates federal law, regardless of title or status. Thank you.
Thank you. As you heard from the Attorney General, the U.S. Attorney, former FBI Director James Comey has now been indicted for 2 felony counts. While many of you may read this indictment and view this matter as a simple investigation, it is the farthest thing from that. Every single investigation this FBI and our partners at the Department of Justice undertake, especially those that involve the threats to harm or hurt or even kill individuals, whether they hold public office or civilians in our country, are met with the same measure of investigative prowess and tools and personnel in partnership with the Department of Justice as anyone else. As the U.S. Attorney indicated, James Comey will be afforded every matter of due process under the United States Constitution. And as the Attorney General indicated, this has been a case that's been investigated over the past 9, 10, 11 months. These cases take time. Our investigators work methodically. They are career agents, career prosecutors who work these matters. They call the balls and strikes in the field as they see fit pursuant to the facts of the case and the law. They took that information and made a presentment to a grand jury, a jury of peers in the district in which the alleged crime took place. And that grand jury spoke, and that grand jury returned a 2-count indictment against James Comey. James Comey allegedly threatened the life of the President of the United States. And as you all now know, shortly after posting that threat, he deleted that threat and then issued an apology. All of that information was presented to the grand jury, and Mr. Comey will have his day in court and his ability to speak to a jury of his peers. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just take a couple of questions.
Mr. Attorney General, the Justice Department in this filing today also issued an arrest warrant for Mr. Comey. Is it your belief that he is a continued public threat? And is there a request also for detention that you anticipate will be made in this case?
So the Department of Justice does not issue arrest warrants, grand juries do. And so the grand jury returned an indictment and arrest warrant. I expect that there will be communication with Mr. Comey's counsel, and we'll go from there. This case will proceed like hundreds of others do every year. There will be some sort of arraignment set by the judge or assigned to the magistrate judge, and when that happens, you'll know about it.
But in this is being handled differently from the last time he was indicted. That's my reference. In this case, the department requested an arrest warrant, right?
Well, I don't think that it's public or clear what the department requested. The grand jury issued an arrest warrant. Go ahead. Yes.
Sir, how will you prove intent when, as the director had acknowledged, Mr. Comey said he did not associate 86 with doing harm, and he took it down promptly, said it was political speech, not an intent to harm the president?
Well, it's not. This case was indicted today. This conduct occurred about a year ago, May 15th of last year. There's been a tremendous amount of investigation. And how do you prove intent in any case? You prove intent with witnesses, with documents, with the defendant himself to the extent it's appropriate. And that's how we'll improve intent in this case. And so I think that talking about what Mr. Comey will or will not do if there's a trial, when there's a trial, it's very premature for me to do that today.
General Blanch, I wanted to ask you a quick question about, there's a number of other different types of conduct Comey has been accused of over the past. One of them is abuse of FISA warrants. I wanted to ask if there's anything that we could talk about today in regards to that, but on a separate matter, if I may ask any more updates about the ballistics forensic analysis with the shooting that happened over the weekend.
So on the first question, no, there's nothing else to report about any investigations or anything involving Mr. Comey except the indictment that was returned today by the grand jury. I don't have anything further to talk about with the ballistics that are still being analyzed. And I said it yesterday, and every law enforcement member who is speaking on this issue is saying the same thing as they should, which is that this is an ongoing investigation with really, really smart experts trying to understand what happened in that shooting and where the bullets went and ended up and where the bullets came from. And once that is at a place where we can definitively say, to the extent we can definitively say, we will let you know.
Director Comey posted this almost a year ago. Why bring this case now? Did you always feel like this was a strong prosecution, or did something change recently?
This investigation just didn't come now. It's the result of a lot of work by law enforcement over the past year. We don't time when we bring cases around anything other than when the investigation is at a place where we should go to the grand jury, and that's exactly what we did in this case as well.
As a former FBI director, you may not agree with what he did. Should he be able to turn himself in as a former FBI director? He's not a flight risk.
I didn't say he can't turn himself in.
So he's not under arrest right now, and he may be able to work
I don't
out
know
something.
whether he's under arrest right now. I'm here talking to you. The grand jury issued an arrest warrant. I think that the way that this happens is different in every case. It's fact intensive. It depends on, you're right, who the defendant is. It depends on whether he has counsel. It depends on what the judge wants done. And so I don't know when the judge will schedule an initial arraignment, if that will be scheduled by the magistrate or the district court judge. I am sure, I don't know if you want to speak to that, or if it's just something that will come up in the next coming days. You'll know when it happens. As far as what Mr. Comey does between now and then, I'm going to leave that up to the line prosecutors in the Eastern District of North Carolina, the FBI agents, and the work that they're doing.
Why, Director Patel, maybe you said that it's a complicated thing. A lot of people might think it's an easy case. Why did it take so long? I know that you guys chose to go with this now, but to the layman just looking at this case, or layperson looking at the case, it was an Instagram post. He apologized. Why did it take so long?
Well, I'm not going to get into the details of the investigation itself, but a lot of these cases, you could look at when the threats were made and when charges are brought. They're not easy cases. And so we have to, there's a communication that's sent in allegedly in this case. And so that means that we have to look at devices. Mr. Comey is a lawyer. He has lawyers. So to the extent that we're looking at materials that are potentially privileged, we have to get a wall, set up a wall and let totally independent lawyers look at those. And so that doesn't happen overnight or quickly. And the statute of limitations of this is 5 years. We brought it in under 1 year. So that's really where we're at.
It's clear that you don't want to talk specifics today. But to the American public, can you at least give us a sense of whether you have hard evidence or evidence that shows that Mr. Comey intended for President Trump to be harmed? And then secondarily, for critics who say, where does free speech end and an actual threat of violence begin?
I don't know what critics say that, especially today, but it's not a very difficult line to look at, and it's not, in my mind, a difficult line for one to cross over one way or the other. You are not allowed to threaten the President of the United States of America. That's not my decision. That's Congress's decision in a statute that they passed that we charge multiple times a year. And so whether there is a defense, as you just described, maybe there is, but the government will have evidence. I am not going to talk about the evidence that we have. That's unfair to him. It's unfair to the prosecutors, but it's enough to say that the grand jury returned an indictment. I'm just going to take one more question.
Thank you, sir. Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. Should we expect more indictments of this sort? For example, in 2020, Gretchen Whitmer did a TV hit with 8645 on her desk in the background. Is that the kind of thing you would pursue? And then just really quickly, should Comey expect to face more charges for his role in the Russia collusion investigations?
I'm not going to comment on other investigations involving Mr. Comey. He was indicted in the Eastern District of Virginia. That was dismissed on procedural grounds because of the judge's finding regarding the U.S. attorney. So that case is under appeal. As far as other investigations that are happening, it would not be appropriate or fair for me to comment on that time. As far as other incidents of threats against the President of the United States, those will be investigated. Every case is different. The facts are different. Who makes the threat matters. What the threat says matters. You're right. The question about intent matters, and we have to prove that. That's something that's our job, and that's something that prosecutors will have to do in front of a jury at the right time. But you cannot compare. It's not fair to the American people. It's not fair to the defendant. And it's certainly not fair to the prosecutors to compare, well, if you did it here, why didn't you do it there? Every case is different, but there's one thing that will never be different, which is that you cannot threaten to kill the President of the United States, full stop. All right, thanks a lot, guys.
Did President Trump's message to Pam Bondi saying that Comey was guilty as hell influence this prosecution?
All right, so that was the Department of Justice. James Comey has been indicted for the Instagram post. For the Instagram post you see on your screen. Well, you'll see it in a second. But he has been indicted for an Instagram post that the Department of Justice alleges constitutes a threat to the life of President Trump. Not an incitement. Oh, sorry, the clock is up there. Remember, it's important to distinguish this. The charge is not that his Instagram post was inciting people. The charge is that by posting this on the Instagram, that this Instagram post was a threat from James Comey himself. James Comey himself has been charged with threatening the life of the president. As you can see the headline there from Reuters. So, nowhere in the indictment is he charged for encouraging others to do something. The indictment literally says that the Instagram post, which he had briefly posted last May, I think it was, which you see on the screen, the shells that say 8647, and he says, cool shell formation on my beach walk. The indictment is that this itself is a threat to the life of President Trump, and the second part of the indictment is that I forget how it actually reads. It's something like he knowingly and willfully transmitted he transmitted this threat in interstate and foreign commerce. Sorry, you can't see what I'm looking at, but right there. But yeah, I mean, the second is just about sending this threat in interstate communication, basically. But yeah, I mean, the heart of the indictment is the first charge, which says that by making this post showing the seashells, Comey did knowingly and willfully make a threat to take the life of and inflict bodily harm of President Trump. So they will have to convince a jury of this, and the jury will have to be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the standard for a conviction. It's not probable cause like a grand jury. And unlike a grand jury where you have to convince a majority of the grand jurors, they will have to convince a jury unanimously, all of them beyond a reasonable doubt, that this was a threat on the life of President Trump. Okay, I'm going to take some comments from you guys. But that is that post right there. And just to show you also what, for those who haven't seen it, what Comey posted after taking the post down, he posted this. He took the post down after a brief time, and then he said, I posted earlier a picture of some shells I saw today on a beach walk, which I assumed were a political message. I didn't realize some folks associate those numbers with violence. It never occurred to me, but I oppose violence of any kind, so I took the post down. 86, 47, 47 in theory would be, he interpreted it as 47 referring to President Trump, presumably. And 86, I've seen different definitions. Some say remove or get rid of. Some say kill. It appears to be used various ways. So he's not denying that he meant it as a political message. What he said is that he didn't intend it to be a violent message. But again, just to be clear, the indictment does not charge him with possibly inciting others. The indictment says that by posting that original post, he himself was threatening President Trump's life. I want to take some comments from you guys on this. Hang on a moment. Give me 1 second. Oh, and also it was confirmed. It was confirmed in the press conference. It was confirmed that an arrest warrant has been issued. An arrest warrant has been issued for James Comey. And Todd Blanche, the Attorney General, said he did not know if Comey was in custody yet, if he had been arrested yet. Give me one moment here. All right, again, hang on 1 second. Okay, now. Yeah, I'll let you know if I hear anything more about this. Okay, now, Cat Hostage thinks it is a frivolous, well, Cat Hostage said lawsuit. It would be a prosecution. Cat Hostage thinks it's frivolous. Darcy Swanson thinks it's frivolous. Fletch wants a perp walk. TE88 says it's premature to judge the merits, especially if you are not an attorney. Now, it was asked in the press conference if they had some sort of other evidence that would show that James Comey meant that post to be a threat on Trump's life. And it was acknowledged that they would have to prove intent, and that this had been investigated, they said, since last year. So I'd like to maybe play that, if I could play that one Q&A again. But I don't believe that the Attorney General was specific about evidence they might have. I mean, obviously, if James Comey had written a letter to somebody and said, hey, when I made that 8647 post, I meant it to be a threat to President Trump's life, that would be evidence. I'm not aware that they have any evidence like that. So I don't know if they have other evidence which would support interpreting that as a threat on Trump's life. Beside the post itself, it's certainly a good question. And hang on a second here. If I can pull up that question. I'm going to pull it for you right now, if I can. Here. I think it's right here. Here is that part where he was asked about, where the Attorney General was asked, like, do you have other evidence beside the post itself that he meant it to be a threat to Trump's life? And I'm going to play it for you right now. I just need a moment here. Okay, we don't want that. We want this. Nope, nope, nope. What else is not happening? Oh, that. Okay, so here is, and again, this is moments ago. This is not live. Moments ago. Oh, here we go. Okay, let me play this.
Issued an arrest warrant. Go ahead. Yes.
Sir, how will you prove intent when, as the director had acknowledged, Mr. Comey said he did not associate 86 with doing harm, and he took it down promptly, said it was political speech, not an intent to harm the president?
Well, it's not. This case was indicted today. This conduct occurred about a year ago, May 15th of last year. There's been a tremendous amount of investigation. And how do you prove intent in any case? You prove intent with witnesses, with documents, with the defendant himself to the extent it's appropriate. And that's how we'll prove intent in this case. And so I think that talking about what Mr. Comey will or will not do if there's a trial, when there's a trial, it's very premature for me to do that today.
So in that answer, he suggested there may be witnesses and documents they're going to use. But I think this was asked about again. Hold on, if I can find it. Is this it right here? Let's see. I really think there was a question that specifically... Oh, here it is, right here.
5 years. We brought it in under 1 year. So that's really where we're at.
It's clear that you don't want to talk specifics today. But to the American public, can you at least give us a sense of whether you have hard evidence or evidence that shows that Mr. Comey intended for President Trump to be harmed? And then secondarily, for critics who say, where does free speech end and an actual threat of violence begin?
I don't know what critics say that, especially today, but it's not a very difficult line to look at, and it's not, in my mind, a difficult line for one to cross over one way or the other. You are not allowed to threaten the President of the United States of America. That's not my decision. That's Congress's decision in a statute that they passed that we charge multiple times a year. And so whether there is a defense, as you just described, Maybe there is, but the government will have evidence. I am not going to talk about the evidence that we have. That's unfair to him. It's unfair to the prosecutors, but it's enough to say that the grand jury returned an indictment. I'm just take one more question.
Thank you.
So he said, I'm not going to talk about the evidence that we have. Danette says, I'm shocked by these charges. I thought he was in trouble for entirely different reasons. Well, when he was initially indicted last year, it was over allegedly lying to Congress. He wasn't indicted for this last year. And this post was May of last year, I believe it was. Sunshine thinks they don't have any evidence of his intent. I wonder if Comey will post about this. Last year when he was indicted, he posted on his Instagram about it. Hang on. Did he post on Instagram yet today? Let's see. I'm looking. I don't see a post from him on his Instagram. Magdalena thinks she can't believe that the grand jury went along with it. So again, I don't remember, at a grand jury, there is no defense. It's just the prosecution. And the standard is probable cause, not beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, that doesn't tell you, I don't know what arguments were made in front of the grand jury. And with the grand jury, did they even deliberate, or did they just vote all by themselves? My guess is that they don't deliberate. But I don't know. Let's see. Oh, they do? Let's see. Secrecy. Oh, I guess they do. I'm looking it up. But I guess the process is different. Yes, so I guess a grand jury, you need a majority of jurors, not a unanimous decision. But I was wondering, I've never been on a grand jury. Did they just vote themselves individually? But I guess they do deliberate and come to some kind of conclusion. So I can't tell you what the grand jury was discussing. Noel Gilliland thinks you can tell by the look on his face he's guilty. Arius thinks there were lies told to the grand jury. Cece says, I bet there is more evidence. Yeah, we don't know if other evidence was presented to the grand jury. And then, but again, that evidence, there's no defense there to discuss that evidence or raise questions about it or provide context. So I don't know. Opala says grand juries deliberate in secret. Wow. AP says, again, this was about an Instagram post of seashells arranged on a beach that they said 8647, that officials said constituted a threat against President Trump. The seashells photo was posted nearly a year ago, but the indictment was secured as Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, a Trump loyalist who previously served as his personal lawyer, aims to prove Now, AP believes that Blanche is intending to prove to the president that he's the right person to hold the job permanently. Look, President Trump has called for certain people, including James Comey, to be indicted. He has called for this before. Now, I don't know about this. This is interesting. This is a legal question. The fact that the Justice Department pursued a new case against James Comey months after a separate and unrelated indictment was dismissed could open the government to claims of a vindictive prosecution and to arguments it's going out of its way to target him. I'm not a legal expert, so I can't tell if that would have any chance of being successful, such an argument. Comey oversaw the early months of an investigation into whether President Trump's campaign had coordinated with Russia to sway the outcome of the 2016 election. Comey was fired by Trump months into his first term, and they have openly feuded ever since. The prosecution arises from a May 2025 post on Instagram in which Comey shared a photo of seashells he saw on a walk on that he said he saw on a walk on the beach in the arrangement of 8647. He has said he assumed the numbers reflected a political message, not a call to violence. He deleted the post shortly after it was made, writing, I didn't realize some folks associate those numbers with violence, and I oppose violence of any kind, so I took the post down. He was swiftly interviewed by the Secret Service after Trump administration officials asserted he was advocating the assassination of Trump. Merriam-Webster, the dictionary used by the AP, says 86 is slang meaning to throw out, to get rid of, or to refuse service to. It notes Among the most recent senses adopted is a logical extension of the previous use with the meaning of to kill. We do not enter this sense due to its relative recency and sparseness of use. So Webster's dictionary says that the meanings to throw out, to get rid of, or to refuse service to are used more by people than to kill. Trump, in a Fox News Channel interview in May, accused Comey of knowing exactly what that meant. The initial indictment in September was on charges he lied to and obstructed Congress, related to testimony he gave in 2020 about whether he had authorized inside information about an investigation to be provided to a journalist. He denied any wrongdoing, and the case was subsequently dismissed after a judge concluded that the prosecutor who brought that indictment was illegally appointed. Okay. And has he been arrested yet? I have to see if is he going to be arrested tonight? Will he be allowed to turn himself in? I have no idea. Doreen B says, I hope he really saw those shells on a walk by the ocean, but lots of those memes on social media back then. Here is a comment from, hold on a second here. Jamie Raskin, who is a Democrat, Jamie Raskin, he is the leading, I believe he's the leading Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee. He just posted this. He is a Democrat. He said, oh no, the House Judiciary Committee Democrats posted this, and Jamie Raskin reposted it. He is on the House Judiciary Committee, I believe. Right? Let's see. Yes. They said Trump's DOJ just criminally indicted James Comey for a beach photo of seashells and no other evidence cited. If that's a crime in America, then what is calling the free speech of 6 Democratic members of Congress seditious behavior punishable by death, suggesting a former Republican member of Congress should have to face 9 barrels shooting at her with the guns trained on her face? Todd Blanche just said the beach shell conspiracy is the kind of conduct we will never tolerate, and we will always investigate and prosecute. Can we therefore expect investigations and prosecutions of these threats? That is from the House Judiciary Democrats. Now, I don't know, just a point of technicality. I think the law specifically that was applied here was a law against threatening the president, not just anybody, but I think, so it wouldn't be the exact same law that might apply to those other comments that the House Judiciary Committee cited. Yes, the specific law that was cited in this indictment is Title 18 United States Code, well, in count 1, that says there was about it being a threat. Title 18 U.S. Code, Section 871A, which makes it, which covers, hold on, I want to pull up the actual law. Threats against president and the successors to the presidency. '87, 18871A. Oh, I have it here. 18871A. Threats against president and successors to the presidency. Whoever knowingly and willfully deposits for conveyance in the mail or for delivery or for any post office or by any other carrier, any blah 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 blah, threatening to take the life or of to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States, the President-elect, the Vice President, or other officer next in the order of succession to the President to the presidency or the Vice Presidency or the Vice President-elect, blah blah blah. I'm not going to read this whole thing word for word, but you get the idea of it. Shall be so again. This is the original law from a government website, but I'm not going to get into a whole legal analysis here because I am not a lawyer or legal expert. Oh, we should do a poll. Will Comey be convicted for this? Let's do a poll. We're going to do a poll in a second. Let's see here. Yeah, Austin said post offices, not beaches. I'm guessing there could be, again, I'm not going to get into this. I'm sure that I don't think this is an issue where the law says post offices and they're mistakenly applying it to beaches. I don't know. My guess is that there's some kind of history of interpretation of the law or further law which clarifies what that means, or further rulings which clarifies that means. So I can't imagine that they would take a law that only applied to one place and try to apply it to another place. So, but again, I'm not sure. I'm not a legal expert. Thank you, Austin, for writing in. Shark Bite thinks Comey wouldn't do a thing like that. Come on. Let's see. We'll do a poll and see if you think he will get convicted in this indictment. Bob Meyer thinks Comey deserves prison, but not for this. Too Much Joyt says he was fired by Trump. This speaks to motive. All right, so the poll question will be, let's see. Will Comey be convicted of, in this case? Now, there's two charges. But I'll just say convicted of a crime in this case. But I think the second kind of follows from the first, because the second is about transmitting the threat. Okay, now what I'm doing here is I'm posting this poll. Okay, and I'm just going to post it on Facebook, and then we'll show you what you guys say. I didn't even know this was going to happen today. We did some unexpected coverage of it. Okay, now let's show you guys. Let's see here. What am I going to put up on the screen? Oh, I'll do it this way. Well, let's see. Where's Twitch here? All right, just to do it, I'll leave that up there for now. I'm just going to put the poll results on top of this shot of the screenshot of the press conference. So let me put it up there. Oh, by the way, hey, quick thanks to Matthew Felty. Thank you so much, Matthew and Martin Ging. Oh, I need to show the Martin mentioned the graphic that you guys thinking about the poll before you vote. I hope you thought about it. Okay, now, thanks also to Tim Glenn. Tim Glenn says, it makes me happy to see the left getting legally hounded the way they did the right when they had power. Thank you, Red Squirrel, our member, and Sasha, our member. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. Hopefully your question about what this is about has been answered when I summarized it. Thank you also, Israel Bishop, who says 8647 means Trump must go. Give it up, folks. Now, someone might say, well, what do you mean by must go? Hey, thanks to Stephen Briones, Matthew Felty again, and Jet Souls Forever. Also, thanks to Natural Joel for the gift subs on Twitch. Very nice of you. Natural Joel gave five gift subs. Make sure you thank Natural Joel if you got a gift sub. Thanks also to Oxytropis on Twitch for your support. Thank you, Oxytropis. And DDJ85 and CC. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm still getting over my cold. Oh my gosh. Need to hydrate. All right, here's the poll results, which I haven't looked at yet. Okay. I said, will Comey be convicted of a crime? Not do you want him to be convicted. Will he be convicted of a crime in this case? On YouTube, the current vote is 65% no, 35% yes. On Facebook, oopsie, I didn't even post it on Facebook. Now I'm posting it on Facebook. I'll check back in with Facebook. On Twitch, the vote is 88% no, 12% yes. Is he going to be arrested today? There is an arrest warrant. Remember. Not much from the White House today about the war that I'm aware of, but we'll keep checking. Mr. X Dotai thinks 86 doesn't mean murder case closed. Let's see here. Elliot Rocket says, wow, they indicted Comey. Thank you for voting in our poll. Let me do this. We haven't even had, we got to do some more war coverage today. We haven't had time. There's been other stuff going on. By the way, on Facebook, the vote was 79% say no on Facebook. And 66% no on YouTube. and 85% no on Twitch. Okay, now let's get back. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change the title back to the original title of the broadcast, because otherwise it's just confusing. So let me do that. Okay, hold on. I just have to change the Twitch title over there. And then we'll get back to our, we're going to talk about the war, but we'll give you James Comey updates. If those happen, we'll give you updates about it. Oopsie. Okay. All right. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting back. We're getting back now. So again, I will keep an eye on James Comey updates. And we have, maybe I'll put marine traffic up. Maybe I'll put marine traffic up. That's what I should do. Gonna have to eat at some point too. I don't need my headphones on right now. Okay, now, there is marine traffic. And what should I put here? Iran war now in 9th week. Strait of Hormuz still effectively closed. Okay. It's 9th week. It's in its 9th week. Saturday would be the 10th week. Oops, I got to end the poll over there. All right. Shout out to, thanks to all of our moderators, by the way. I really appreciate it. We got Leslie Ladyhawk is moderating right now. Thanks, Leslie. And Ruth is moderating. And thanks, by the way, thanks to Seize the Day, our member. Yes, the first indictment never went to trial. It was dismissed, the first indictment of Comey last year about him allegedly lying to Congress, that was dismissed because a judge ruled that the prosecutor was illegally appointed. But as far as I'm aware, the Department of Justice could have tried to bring that indictment again. They just haven't. Thanks to our Twitch moderators who are over there. We have LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Linda Bell, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And we have over on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson moderating over there. Thank you. Oh, Robert Real II is thanks for subscribing. Kristen McConnell Gates, thanks for subscribing over there. Juliana Martin. Okay. I need to blow my nose. I'm going to disappear for 5 seconds and blow my nose. Gee whiz. Ridiculous. Hold on. Sorry. I am feeling a lot better. It's just I'm not quite there yet. Okay, we got to talk about the war. Oh, thanks to TE88 PFCR. Thank you. We got to talk about the war. We should talk about oil prices. We also talked earlier about the Trump passport thing. Maybe we'll talk about that a little later. That was a whole other story. Oh, look. Hey, I can show you the picture now. Hold on. We're going to talk for 2 seconds about the Trump passports. I can show you now. Hey guys, it's the new Trump passport that reportedly will be available in July. There it is. That's what it's going to look like on the inside cover, the Trump passport. Now, they're not changing all the passports, but you'll be able to get a Trump passport. This is from Reuters, and it's from the Department, I believe it's from the Department of Defense. Or no, State Department. It's from the State Department. But there it is. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at this. So that's what's going to, I think this is supposed to be the inside cover. One of our viewers said, I can't wait to get mine. Ghost Reaper Rick said that. Then another viewer said North Cormerica. So, if you're wondering what this is about, I'll show you. U.S. to produce passports bearing Trump's image. The U.S. State Department said on Tuesday, says Reuters, it would produce a limited number of commemorative passports bearing a portrait of Donald Trump, the latest example of the administration attaching the president's likeness or name to official property. The passports will be released as part of celebrations for the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Declaration of Independence in July. Renderings provided by the State Department showed Trump's portrait displayed on a page inside the passport, opposite an image of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. It was unclear whether U.S. citizens, this is interesting, it was unclear whether U.S. citizens would be able to opt out of receiving the commemorative passport, but a State Department official said there would be no extra fee charged to receive one. Now, the Fox News report earlier said that the passports will be available at the Washington Passport Agency for any American citizen who applies for a new passport, pending availability. That would suggest that you can choose to have it, but you don't have to, although we don't know for sure. The U.S. Mint has also announced plans for a commemorative gold coin featuring Trump's image to mark the anniversary of the country's founding. And the Treasury Department has said paper currency will bear Trump's signature, the first time a sitting president has signed U.S. money. Reuters says since he returned to office, Trump's administration has also affixed Trump's name to prominent Washington buildings, a planned class of Navy warships, a visa program for wealthy foreigners, a government-run prescription drug website, and federal savings accounts for children. And again, here is the Trump's pool guy says, hope they make it mandatory on all passports. That is the page on the left from the passport. Bad Toastery says, what if I want a First Lady passport? I don't believe that is going to be available. Chanja Tekken Show says, so people get a choice? It's not entirely clear. One report says they do. One report says it's not clear. Okay, so I wanted to go back to that for a second because I was able to show you this picture. Okay, so just keeping you updated on the latest passport developments. Hey, thanks to the Mystical Cake Shop, Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. Thank you, the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. I really appreciate it. All your support. Thank you. Can you renew early to get that passport? I don't know. Also, it sounds like maybe you have to apply at a specific location. These are questions I do not have some kind of inside info from the U.S. Passport Agency, so I don't know about the eligibility and what you'd need to do to get one and all that. Yes, King Charles already spoke. He spoke at 3 Eastern Time. You can rewind and watch. We covered it. You can rewind and watch it on this stream. You can rewind the stream and watch it. Watch him speaking. Now, our viewer Michelle Lauzon thinks that James Comey will be convicted. Our viewer David Mackey mentions that Trump posted about Iran today. Here is Trump's post about Iran from earlier today, which I will show you here. We got to talk about oil prices too. We need to talk about oil prices. President Trump said, Iran has just informed us that they are in a state of collapse. Now, I haven't heard any more about that. They want us to open the Hormuz Strait as soon as possible as they try to figure out their leadership situation, which I believe they will be able to do. Again, I don't have any kind of, I haven't seen any other reporting about Iran saying they're in a state of collapse. I'll let you do if I know if I do. Again, I've seen no other reports that Iran has said this. Hang on one moment here. So let's talk about oil prices, guys. Oil prices, I'm looking right now, they have been going up. Brent crude is now around 111. We're talking about, I believe, June futures. Brent crude 111 and US WTI crude 99, 100-ish. So remember what happened with oil prices. With Brent crude, for example, when the war started, Brent crude was around 65 or so. And then it's gone up to, at one point, I think the highest it got was, it got close to 120 for a little bit. And then when remember about 12 days ago on a Friday, President Trump had posted all of these posts saying that Iran had agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz and that the Strait of Hormuz issue was solved and Iran would never be closing the Strait of Hormuz again. And he posted a bunch of things like that. And that day, the oil Brent went down to about 81 or so, I think it was. 80, 81. And since then, I think that was 11 days ago or so, it's really gone up. So it was like 81 around 11 days ago, and now it is 111. So it's gone up about 37, 38% in about 11 days. And then kind of similar for WTI crude, which is that when the war started, WTI crude was mid-60s. At some point it got up. I don't know if that got up to around 120, or it certainly got up over 110, I believe. Then it dropped back down to about low 80s, and now it's up to about 100. So, look, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I have a hard time thinking that the White House will be okay with just kind of letting this stay the way it is if you keep having oil go up like this, because it's going to impact gas prices further, and it's been going up for about 11 days now. So I might be wrong. I have a hard time thinking that the White House will be okay with just, say, another month of just this stalemate and then oil prices keep going up or even staying just around this level. I think they might have an issue with. I don't know. But I think it's possible that President Trump will feel he needs to do something because of these high oil prices that continue to go up. Dean of Dividends thinks he's going to say Iran conceded and gave in, and it'll be a lie. Well, I mean, what happened 11 days ago is he said there were all these agreements, and I don't know what he was told, but it turned out that there weren't. So I don't know if he did something like that again. If he came out again and said there's all these agreements, and Iran didn't confirm it, I don't know that the market would react that strongly, especially in the longer term. But again, maybe I'm wrong, but I certainly, it's been going up a bunch. It's getting close to the highest levels of the war. Garman Bozia thinks the impact of fertilizers is also delayed. It will hit hard after summer. One of our viewers mentioned food prices. Marisol Del Valle. She thinks those will go up. Yeah, we haven't talked about the UAE and OPEC yet. We will. Hey, thanks, Shaf, for the memberships. I really appreciate it, Shaf. Thank you also, CAC813. I don't know that I'll be covering any of the state dinner. I mean, I won't. Normally, I don't have access to like some kind of, hours-long live stream that's showing interviews with people. So if we're on the air and I have some footage, I might put it on, but it's not something that I would do a particular stream for it. Thank you, CAC. Also, Christine Gagnon, I think it is, or Gagnon, who said the War Powers Act ends April 29th. Really quick, under the War Powers Resolution, Trump would have 60 days to get congressional approval to have troops be fighting in hostilities, but he gets 30 more days if he signs a letter. Basically, if he signs a letter saying it's necessary, he gets 30 more days. So it's not really a 60-day deadline. It's really a 90-day deadline, because he can just sign a letter saying it's necessary to have the 30 days extra time to bring them home. But there's this whole other thing, which is like, so what if it gets to 90 days? Is that really going to affect what Trump does? I don't know how. It's not like there's some other U.S. force that would travel over to the Middle East and arrest all the U.S. soldiers and put them on these other U.S. forces planes and bring them back forcibly to the U.S. So, at a certain point, whatever it says, the War Powers Resolution, it's up to President Trump to order the troops back. Now, in theory, he might face political pressure to do so. But I don't know, even if we get to 90 days, if that's going to impact anything at all. Republicans in Congress might not care about it. I don't know. We'll have to see. But at a certain point, it seems like it's more of a question of, is there political pressure on him that's caused by this resolution's existence that makes him do something? Although I guess maybe could someone go to court and say, hey, file a lawsuit and say, hey, he's violating this law by keeping the troops over there without congressional approval. Although something that the White House could do, I guess, in that event, could they file a lawsuit and say, well, the War Powers Resolution is it's unconstitutional, or it doesn't apply in this case. So that could be a whole legal proceeding, which I don't know how long that would take. But my point is, the existence of some sort of law which says that he has to have congressional approval within 90 days, the bare existence of that law does not bring any troops home. And there's no independent enforcing force that can forcibly bring the troops home. So at a certain point, it's up to Trump to order them home, which, maybe there's political pressure. Maybe there's ultimately some court order, but that might take a long time. And I'm not a legal expert. I'm just, so I don't know the specifics of this. I'll put it this way. I do read a lot of articles about this war. I have not seen a single article or a single person that I would consider someone who has a bunch of expertise make the case that there's any kind of serious possibility of Trump being forced to bring troops home anytime soon because of the existence of the War Powers Resolution. Now, maybe if Congress unites, if there was a bipartisan vote of Democrats and Republicans in Congress that said something like, you have to bring these troops home, President Trump, that would cause a lot of political pressure on him. But I don't hear that that's going to happen anytime soon either. So it's an interesting question, but without going on to a whole, I can maybe look it up later, but I can tell you that I have not seen any kind of reporting that there's any kind of chance anytime soon that the bare existence of that law will make troops come home. But again, Congress could pass some sort of resolution supporting an end to the war, but that's up to the members of Congress to do. And that's going to require some Republican support to go along with Democrats. And now maybe that'll happen. And if it does happen, does President Trump do anything? I don't know. But again, there is a 30-day extension that they can get. Sorry, you know what? I didn't mean to take... It's a very interesting topic, and we can maybe explore it more later. That's certainly not a full exploration of it, and I'm not an expert on it. But I don't want to get too sidetracked from the oil stuff. I was trying to talk about the oil stuff. Thank you, Christine Gagnon, though, for bringing it up and for your support. Simba Coyle says the president has to sign it into a law. I don't know how that works. I mean, I think if the Congress passes some sort of resolution, the big point of it is that it puts political pressure on Trump. I think, but I might be wrong. Rising oil prices weigh on Wall Street. That's from AP. Also weighing on the stock market was another rise for oil prices on continued uncertainty about what will happen with the Iran war. The price for a barrel of Brent crude oil to be delivered in June climbed 2.8% to settle at over $111. Right now, it's around 110, I think. Brent to be delivered in July, which is where more of the trading is happening in the oil market, rose 2.7% to 104.40. After sitting around $70 in late February, Brent prices are moving closer to their peak of $119, reached when worries about the war have been at their heights. The focus is on the Strait of Hormuz, whose effective closure is keeping oil tankers stuck in the Persian Gulf instead of heading to customers worldwide. The President Trump seemed unlikely yesterday. It seems unlikely today to accept Iran's offer to reopen the Strait of Hormuz if the U.S. lifts its blockade on the country. That proposal would postpone discussions on Iran's nuclear program, something U.S. Secretary of State Rubio appeared to rule out in a Fox interview yesterday. Meanwhile, the average price for a gallon of gasoline in the U.S. reached $4.18 on Tuesday, the most since 2022, according to AAA. Expensive fuel was one of the reasons JetBlue Airways reported a worse loss for the start of 2026 than analysts expected, but its stock nevertheless rose 1.2% after the CEO said they saw demand from customers strengthening through the quarter. Katie Kubiak says, I haven't really felt economic pressure from the war. I live in rural Minnesota. I feel bad for those that have been struggling. The current day today, by the way, it's worth pointing out, as Christine said, that the 60th day of the war would be, the 28th was the first day, and then 31 in March, that's 32. And then today would be the 60th day, wouldn't it be today? I believe. Hang on a moment here. CNN said Trump can extend the 60 days for another 30 days if he argues that continued military action is needed to keep service members safe while withdrawing from the war. Also, courts have not weighed in on the constitutionality of the law. So that would be an option that Trump has, in theory, if Congress tried to make him stop fighting the war. I assume he could file a lawsuit saying it's unconstitutional. The CNN also points out that Trump could, in theory, argue that since there's a ceasefire, the clock should be reset, the 60-day clock. So if I hear anything more about that, I'll let you know. Chessfish says the War Powers Act has never been used to bring troops home safely. Let's see here. One moment. The Washington Post says that the War Powers Resolution of 1973, the law Democrats are, is a law that requires presidents to remove U.S. forces from any conflict that Congress has not authorized within 60 days, but Trump can obtain a 30-day extension if he certifies it is an unavoidable military necessity. Hey, thanks to Katie Kubiak for the memberships. Thank you, Katie. I appreciate that. Also, Carrie Poteet. Thanks, Carrie. She says gas was $2.29 here before the war, where she is, it has gotten to $4.29. It adds up. Thanks to the Demon Dog who says, haven't heard anything about Nancy. Nancy Guthrie, you mean? Look, if there was a big developments in that case, I would certainly cover it. I'm not aware of it, sadly. She's still missing. If that's who you're talking about, Red Wolf. Thank you, Red Wolf. Yeah, I mean, it's terrible. Oh, hold on a second. Sorry. Is there a new Comey video? Supposedly there's a new Comey video. Where is this coming from? Where is that? It's not on his X account. I looked at his Instagram. I didn't see it there. I'm seeing some claims of a new Comey video. Where is this from? Hold on. Let's see if I can find where it's originally from. I looked on X but I'm saying where did he originally post it? I'm seeing some accounts posting it, but I don't know where it originated from. I'd like to know where it first was posted. No, I'm not asking what accounts posted it. I'm asking where is the original source for the video? Before I show a video, I want to know where was this posted? I mean, because it could be fake. I thought he posted on his Instagram, but it doesn't seem to be there. And I looked on his X and it's not there either. Is he on Facebook? I want to hold off on this before I actually know where it is, where it's from. From Substack? Molly says it was on MS Now, saying it was from his Substack? Wow. Hold on. Let me check. All right, James Comey Substack. I found it. I think this is it. Hold on a second. Okay, this is apparently from James Comey Substack. All right, I'm going to show it to you right now. Okay, let's watch it. This is from James Comey's, I believe this is James Comey's legit Substack. So it's a platform where he posts things and you can subscribe to him. Here it is. It says seashells. Let's watch. I'm going to post a link to it too, so you can go there yourself. I just posted a link to his Substack. All right, let's watch this.
Well, they're back. This time about a picture of seashells on a North Carolina beach a year ago. And this won't be the end of it. But nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid. And I still believe in the independent federal judiciary, so let's go. But it's really important that all of us remember this is not who we are as a country. This is not how the Department of Justice is supposed to be. And the good news is we get closer every day to restoring those values. Keep the faith.
There you go. That is. Hey, thanks for mentioning in the chat. I didn't realize this had been posted. That's James Comey's Substack. If you missed it, without getting all into it, we covered this a bunch. The Justice Department, a grand jury, the Justice Department went to a grand jury seeking an indictment, and the grand jury approved an indictment of James Comey. And it's about the indictment charges that he posted a threat to President Trump's life, that he personally made a threat to President Trump's life. And when he posted briefly a picture of seashells that said 8647, which he quickly took down last year and said that he thought it was a political message, but some people took it as a message involving violence. 47 representing President Trump. 86 is a slang word which some see as meaning get rid of or throw out, but some see as kill. And again, he's been charged with making a threat to take the life of, inflicting a bodily harm upon President Trump, and also transmitting such a threat in interstate and foreign commerce. So you heard his response there. Yeah, so if you go to like Merriam-Webster dictionary, you'll see the meanings are to refuse service to a customer, to eject or ban a customer, to eject, dismiss, or remove someone, to remove an item from a menu, to reject, discontinue, or get rid of something. But AP had said that they also had a note that they said it had more recently been come to use to kill people, to say to kill. I'm looking at Webster's dictionary right now. You can go to the page if you want, look to it. Where does it say it here? I don't know where they saw it. Yes. AP says, Merriam-Webster, the dictionary used by the Associated Press, says 86 is slang meaning to throw out, get rid of, or refuse service to. It notes among the most recent senses adopted is a logical extension of the previous ones with the meaning of to kill. They said, we do not enter this sense due to its relative recency and sparseness of use. That's what one dictionary says. I mean, there's a bunch of dictionaries. Wikipedia points out how There's a slang dictionary that says it also means to kill, murder, or execute judicially as one of its definitions. So again, I cannot settle what it means. It sounds like it's used a number of different ways by different people, as words often are. I also can't tell you the sense that James Comey was interpreting it as. Now, Wikipedia has an article on 86 where they say the term 86 is used in restaurants and bars. According to most American slang dictionaries, it is often used in food and drink services to indicate that an item is no longer available or that a customer should be ejected. Beyond this context, it is generally used with the meaning to get rid of someone or something. Now, of course, you can understand get rid of different ways. They say one dictionary of slang, Castles, says it also means to kill, to murder, to execute judicially. Other slang dictionaries also contain this definition. So again, I can't tell you how he was taking it. Exoria says 86 is also used by law enforcement. Every law enforcement officer knows that code and what it means. CDJ thinks it's an old mafia term and Comey knew. Jack Wood says, no way it's going to stick in court if that's the official dictionary term. Good luck trying to prove anything else. Well, we'll have to see if they have other evidence about what James Comey meant by that. They didn't get into the evidence today. There was an article I saw that I want to talk about a little later, maybe after I eat. That was an interesting article about the economic impacts of the war. I haven't really heard much new today developments. It's like another day of this kind of stalemate with the war. GTG thinks we're headed for a worldwide economic collapse, our viewer. Chaba Sama says another 2 weeks. Oh, the camera froze. Hold on, my camera froze. Time to refresh the camera. Once in a while, this happens with the camera. Usually I can just hit refresh and it refreshes. Let's see. There we go. We're back. We're back. I am unfrozen. I am unfrozen. Thank you, Vice OS. 2 people asked about Nancy Guthrie today. Again, I have no updates about her. She hasn't been found. I'm not aware of any huge breaks in the case. That's the best I can tell you. Now, there might be little things here and there, or things that have been reported here and there, but I haven't seen anything major. So, If there's some kind of huge break in the case, I'll certainly cover it. It's really terrible. But she has not been found. Thank you to Vice OS. I mean, once in a while you see these stories. So like, Fox News has a headline, former FBI profiler says Nancy Guthrie's front door blood evidence points to single abductor. But that's just, somebody who's worked in the field telling Fox News what they think. Thank you also, John Turpin. John, I haven't heard about that. I'll have to look into it. It's a little off topic, John, but maybe we can talk about it later. I would need to do some reading on it. Thank you, John Turpin. John said a top aide of Fauci was indicted today. Again, I'm not familiar with the story. Don't know if this has anything to do at all with Fauci, right, himself or not, and all that stuff. So I would need to, maybe I can look into it a little later. What I'm going to do probably pretty soon is eat something, because I haven't eaten anything while we've been on the air. And then maybe we can come back and do some more coverage. We haven't even gotten that much time to talk about the war stuff, which I'd like to talk about some more. Misfit Studio sent me a post from I don't want to start calling people out, but it's apparently a post from a prominent right-wing media personality that says 8646, and it was posted in 2022. So I guess our viewer Misfit Studio thinks that that person maybe should be prosecuted as well. Maybe I'll take 5 minutes. Why won't I mention the name? Because I'm not familiar with it. So for all I know, the person has discussed it or was made as a joke, or, I don't like just saying things when I haven't had any time to do research and do any kind of background research on the whole thing and imply somebody did something which they actually didn't do or which they've talked about and given more context to. So that's why I'm not mentioning the name. Okay, let me take 5 minutes I'm going to take 5 minutes. I'd still like to talk about some more war stuff. But I'm going to take 5 minutes because I got to make some food, put some food in the air fryer. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to come back. All right, so give me about 5 minutes. Oh, by the way, I didn't even hear. I haven't heard that he's been arrested. There was an arrest warrant issued for James Comey. I haven't heard it that he's arrested. So I'll be keeping an eye out for that as well. So give me about 5 minutes, and I will come back and we'll talk some more while my food is cooking. Hey, everyone. I didn't realize we were talking about Trump passport before, but it's now been officially announced by the White House. The White House has announced the Trump passport. Look. Patriot Passport Unlocked. Limited edition. Stamped for America 250. There it is. Hold on. I'll show you. Official announcement from the White House. Look at this. Oh my gosh. There it is, guys. Trump State Department unveils new passport design to commemorate America's 250th. I don't know how you get this particular one, where you apply and all that stuff. Lance says, I want one. Grant says, how much is he selling these for? I don't know if it costs any more to get this one. It looks like it's optional. I don't think you're forced to get it, but I don't know. I'm going to see if the White House actually has more of an announcement about it. But give me a moment. Let me look into this, because I didn't even realize that they had posted about it. But there's no link. They say it's limited edition. Yeah, I don't even see like a press release about it yet. So it's just posted there. It's posted on the White House social media with not a lot of explanation. Oh, hold on. They posted a video. They posted a video too. Hold on. Look, it's a video. I didn't even know that this was posted. Look at this. Here you go. Here's the video. Oh my gosh. Here it is. Here is the video of the passport. Oh my gosh. Whoa, I can't play the music. I need about 15 seconds. Give me a moment here. Give me 15 seconds. Hold on. I'll leave the video up for a second. There it is. There is the Trump passport. Michael Sterling says getting one. Proxy Lay says barf. It says Patriot Passport. Hey, thanks Kerry Poteet, who says a McDonald's gold card should be an option with it. Thank you for your donation. Who says, is there a 24 karat gold plated version? Hey, by the way, really quick, so that's the Trump. They did officially announce it. They officially announced it. How much? Again, I don't have any detail. They haven't released details about it. There's no details I've seen in terms of its limited edition. It's for the 250 to come out. I mean, so we'll have to see how many they're going to make and officially, and how to get it, whether you have a choice or not. Quick shout out, by the way, to our Twitch subscribers. I'm going to shout them out quickly. Disco Inferno, thanks for subscribing. Thanks also, Oxytropis, for your support. Thanks to Zing Dingaling for subscribing, and Justin D. Winters. I'm Dippy Fresh, Wall Street Shaggy, Hugh J, Grant 74P, Daisy's Gal, Jax Haku, Strong One, Proxy Lay, and Timit, Midtown Mike. Thank you for subscribing. Douthis, I Got That Fire, Boba J. Fett, Sir Pork Roast, Simp Nasty Scrimp, Stumpy Stump, Jeff on the Sticks, thank you. Chi-Town Bear, IDD Pag SR, Seed Music, and all of our other Twitch subscribers, and Pi F, I'll say. I mean, that name isn't that bad, although it could be seen as bad, so I'll say Pi F. Tybal Chief, and hey, our YouTube members too, shout out to them. Quick shout out to our YouTube members. Evelyn in Maine, Marisol DeVale, Fridge, Cack, Barney Rubble, Ken Lance, Martin Ging, Daniel Fletcher, J.K. Sinar, Delito Matic, Teresa, Alan Galloway, I think I said Paul Rayner already, Ben Van, John Flick, J.K. Sinar. Thanks to all of our members too. Also, all of our Facebook subscribers, Diane Allworth, for example, Robert Real II. Diane says, I don't see a need. My passport is current, so it doesn't affect me. She said, maybe it's a collector's thing. Jackie Rousseau says, just ruined America's birthday? In a minute, I'm going to go eat. Oh, and the White House also posted a trolling post, it seems, by saying two kings. I guess making fun of the fact that some people criticize Trump and call him a king. They posted two kings with King Charles and Trump. I just saw that. Okay, so we're going to come back and do some more coverage. I'm going to leave the stream up. We'll do some more coverage after I eat. I'm going to go eat right now. But I'll leave the stream up. If anything huge happens while I'm eating, I will come right in. All right, so no, the ceasefire is not over. The ceasefire is still on, and the Strait of Hormuz is still blocked, and the blockade on Iran is still going. So let me do this. Okay. So hang out while I am eating. I'm coming back shortly and after I eat. Let's see. No, I don't have any other live things that are better than I'd prefer to have up than this. We'll talk more about the war when I get back. Okay, so I'll be back in a little bit after I eat, and we'll see you soon. Thank you for your patience. I did eat. Ooh. Hey, we have some video from the dinner. From the, oopsie. From the state dinner. Hold on. State dinner video. Wait 1 moment. Hang on, I gotta get the state dinner video. Peek at that. Okay, hold on. So that's happening. I guess they're waiting for King Charles to show up. Hey, by the way, John Turpin. Quick thanks to John Turpin. John, that's so nice of you. John gave 5 people memberships. Thank you so much, John Turpin. Also, Lidwine Elizabeth. Lidwine says, advice from EU, don't let your passport have a mark on it so others can identify your beliefs could one day be used against you. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. So, hang on a moment here.
Here we go.
Oh, look at this. Hey, I think it's going to be King Charles and Queen Camilla. Let's see. It's I think there's King Charles and Queen Camilla. They're there for the state dinner. I came back just in time to let you see them walk in. There's Trump greeting them. And the First Lady. They're having a state dinner.
He made a great speech. I was very jealous.
Trump said he's jealous of his speech that he made. Look. Now they're going in to the dinner. All right, we got to see them show up. We got to see them show up. All right. All right. Bonus coverage. That was bonus coverage.
Order. Oh.
I wonder how long they stay out there for. I'm guessing they're not out there the whole dinner. But I don't know.
Ready, face.
Nope, they're probably leaving right now.
Port on. Forward. March. Back. Right. Right.
All right, so they're leaving. By the way, thank you so much to Mosh Miri. Thank you, Mosh Miri, for your support. Mosh said, fun fact, King Charles is related to Vlad the Impaler. According to Gemini AI, King Charles is a distant descendant of Vlad III, known as Vlad the Impaler, the historical inspiration for Dracula. He was a prince. Thank you, Mosh Miri. There you go. Okay. All right. All right. If anyone wants to know, I did find out. I don't know when I want to read this whole thing, but I have the menu. I have the menu here from the dinner. No, I don't think it's Dino Nuggies. All right, hold on. I'll try to get it on the screen for you. Here, okay. This is from the White House press pool. Let's see. It's not even the whole menu. First Lady Melania Trump releases details on the state dinner. First, I don't even know how to say these things. Garden vegetable velouté, hearts of palm, toasted shallots, micro mint. I'm not going to read it. The first course offers delicate garden herb velouté. I'm not going to read all this description. Second course, spring herbed ravioli, ricotta cheese, morels, if I'm even saying that right, Parmesan emulsion. Third course, Dover sole I don't know how to pronounce that word. Meunier, potato pave, if I'm pronouncing that right, spring ramp, snow peas, and parsley oil. Then dessert. Oh, is it fish? Is fish the meat? And dessert is White House honey and vanilla bean cremo, flourless chocolate gâteau, almond jacquard, creme fraiche ice cream. I don't even know half these things. I don't know. Then there's a wine selected to complement the menu. And U.S. military musicians. Okay. X1 Heavy says, I'm just a burger monster. All right. Anyway, that was from Jim Puzan Guerra, who's the White House pool reporter tonight. He posted that. White House press pool. All right, I want to mention the OPEC story. We never talked about that. About the UAE announcing it's leaving OPEC, the cartel group of oil-producing countries. That was interesting. So give me a moment. We're going to talk about that. Dr. McRib says no Kid Rock. I don't know who the guests are at that dinner. UAE to leave OPEC amid Hormuz oil crisis, a blow to Saudi Arabia. So the basic idea of OPEC, as I understand it, well, a big thing they do is it's a group of oil-producing countries, and they can control how much oil is produced, and thus they can impact the price of oil because they have so much production capacity. But that's weakened when their third largest producer leaves, and the UAE is going to leave OPEC. But before, you know what I should do is before we talk about this, what I should do is show you this. So Wikipedia says OPEC is an intergovernmental organization, and cartel, a group of independent market participants who collaborate with each other and avoid competing with each other in order to improve their profits and dominate their market. And enables the cooperation of leading oil-producing and oil-dependent countries in order to collectively influence the global oil market and maximize profit. It was founded in 1960. It has 11 member countries, although I think it's going to have 10. It accounted for 38% of global oil production in 2022. It is estimated that around 80% of the world's proven oil reserves are located within OPEC nations. In the 1970s, restrictions on oil production led to a dramatic rise in oil prices with long-lasting and far-reaching consequences for the global economy. Since the 1980s, OPEC has had a limited impact on world oil supply and oil price stability, as there is frequent cheating by members on their commitments to one another, and as member commitments reflect what they would do even in the absence of OPEC. The current members are Algeria, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon. I should know how to pronounce that, but I don't. Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Libya, Nigeria, Republic of the Congo, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Venezuela. But the UAE announced that they were going to leave today. Let's talk about that for a second. So with that background in mind, the UAE announced today it will exit OPEC, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, along with the wider group of partners known as OPEC Plus, and what could be a blow to control over prices by the group, long led in practice by Saudi Arabia. I mean, if they control enough of the market, then they can control how much oil is being produced. More is produced, price goes down. Less is produced, price go up. So this will reduce their ability to control pricing, OPEC. The move reflects the UAE's long-term strategic and economic vision and evolving energy profile, said an official statement. By the way, I've seen multiple reports that say that the UAE has long wanted to produce more than they were allowed to under OPEC. Reports that the UAE would leave have circulated for years, says the Washington Post, and the country has had disagreements with Saudi Arabia over oil production quotas. President Trump has long criticized OPEC for its role in determining global oil prices, calling it a monopoly during his first term in office. While tensions between the UAE and OPEC have been building, and Saudi Arabia really dominates OPEC, the move comes as the energy shock from the Iran war ripples through the world economy as a result of the near closures of the Strait of Hormuz by Iran in response to U.S. and Israeli attacks. The exit is a blow to Gulf unity. Tensions between the Saudi Arabia and the UAE came to a head this year after UAE-backed separatists wrestled wide swaths of Yemen from the internationally recognized government. The territory was later retaken by Saudi-backed forces, but the incident put a dent in Saudi-UAE ties. This professor and Gulf expert, Toby Matheson, said many of the countries in OPEC do not always get along, but they somehow found a working agreement over the decades, so it was a very significant move. It signals a rupture in the Gulf. The UAE joined OPEC in 1967. Actually, Abu Dhabi, the largest state in the UAE, joined in 1967, before the founding of the UAE. It is the second Persian Gulf country to leave after Qatar terminated its membership in 2019. It has been a member since 1971. UAE was the third largest producer of oil in the group. This expert said the decision to leave OPEC signaled the UAE's intentions to further prioritize its diversification drive from oil into other sectors such as artificial intelligence. This expert also says the UAE doesn't worry about prices a lot of oil because in practice they need way lower prices to balance their budgets. So in theory, they don't mind if they produce more oil and the price goes lower. Let me show you something else about this. But I mean, they've been in it since 1971. UAE leaves OPEC and blow to global oil producers group. UAE said it was quitting OPEC, dealing a blow to the oil producers group. as an unprecedented energy crisis caused by the Iran war exposes discord among Gulf nations. The exit of the UAE, one of the group's biggest producers, weakens OPEC's control over global oil supplies and widens a rift between the UAE and its neighbor Saudi Arabia, who effectively is the leader of OPEC. It could also free the UAE to increase oil output once exports via the Gulf resume, as it would no longer be governed by OPEC quotas. A win for President Trump. The UAE's exit, says Reuters, represents a win for President Trump, who in a 2018 address to the UN General Assembly accused OPEC of ripping off the rest of the world by inflating oil prices. Analysts said it was also positive for consumers in the broader economy. This opens the door for the UAE to gain global market share when the geopolitical situation normalizes, said Monica Malik, economist. Jorge Leon, an analyst, said the UAE's significance as one of the few members of OPEC, apart from Saudi Arabia, with spare production capacity that allows it to add extra oil to the market. Oh, the UAE is significant because it has that. Once firm allies, the UAE and Saudi Arabia have developed a simmering rivalry, clashing on issues from oil policy and regional geopolitics to the race for foreign talent and capital. John Rocker thinks if OPEC dissolves, oil will be $25 a barrel. There was also an article over here. What is OPEC Plus and how does it affect oil prices? The UAE is leaving OPEC and OPEC Plus. OPEC, including Russia. OPEC and allies, including Russia, are known as OPEC Plus. OPEC Plus produced nearly 50% of the world's oil last year and oil liquids. OPEC itself was formed in 1960 with the aims of coordinating petroleum policies and securing fair and stable prices. OPEC Plus says it cuts and raises oil production to balance the markets. Its critics say the group manipulates prices, which OPEC denies. It was interesting. I asked, I have to look into this more. I was reading a little bit about this while I was eating. I would have to get in to do a more deep dive on this. I asked Gemini, I said, so what might be the problem with overproduction? You might think, well, if OPEC can't control production and can't force countries to not produce as much as they could, therefore you'll have more oil being produced and then the price would drop. So what's bad about that? What's bad about the price of oil dropping, right? So, which, overproduction. So one interesting thing I saw was this claim that Gemini made, but I'd have to research it, that if the price of oil gets too low, that can cause instability in countries that depend on oil for their revenue, because they will suddenly, their economy will be really damaged by this. And again, that could cause instability in the country if people aren't working and don't have money and aren't happy. That's one thing. Another thing it mentioned was this idea that if prices get too low, then you will have a lack of investment in the oil industry, which could cause which could lead to a shortage further down the line. I am not an oil expert, but I thought it was interesting, you know, to look at, well, is it just that, hey, if there's no OPEC, then there's a lot more oil produced, and that's just a total, that's great for the consumer because it's the oil price drops, but there could be some significant effects in the future from oil prices being significantly lower, as I understand it. Well, Tenfold says, look what happened to Venezuela when oil fell. I don't know if that's, well, their industry also, I know in Venezuela, the oil industry, when the Chavez regime took over, the industry got much worse, not just because of oil prices, but because of, I believe, poor management. But I don't know what I don't know what specifically the price of oil in relation to the Venezuela economy was. And yes, if you rely on oil and the price goes down, it can be a big deal. Yes, Tenfold says oil needs to be at a certain price to make it worth investing to get it out of the ground. Let's see here. So it's a really interesting topic. Again, not my field, but one of our viewers said we need all the oil we can get now. Yeah, the UAE is currently limited right now because they can bypass the Strait of Hormuz some in the UAE, but they're still restricted by what they can ship out because of the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Oopsie. Hey, look, it's the state dinner. Hey, guys, it's the state dinner. We got another video. What's happening here? Are they going to come in? I don't know. Let me see. Hold on. That's the White House. So it said, I mean, it looks like they have the camera there for some reason. I don't know what reason it is. Let's see. It says, oh. This is in the White House, I can tell you that. Can you hear anything there? Oh, you can see the picture of Trump on the right they have hanging in the White House from the day he was shot. See? Can you see? Oh my gosh, look at this. Wow. All right, so this is going on. All right, is he about to come? Is he about to come out? Maybe we're about to see something at the state dinner. All right, what's happening? Hey, look, stuff is happening at the state dinner. Look at this. We're seeing the state dinner. It's President Trump and the First Lady, and King Charles and Queen Camilla. So that, I think it was a photo op. Fox News said that was a photo op. Okay. There you go. That was that. Okay. Now we'll go to this. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Man for Some Markets, who says, from TRC to OPEC only to go full circle back to U.S. dominance. Thank you. Thank you also, Cynthia Russo, for being a member. Let's see here. Oh, hey, you know what I didn't see also? A picture of the White House beehive. Is this from today? Look at this. From the National Mall. The new White House beehive had some royally exciting visitors today. The trust was honored to help manage private funding to support the expansion of the White House beehive that will allow peak honey production to increase to up to 225 pounds of honey a year. And here is the picture they posted. Is that the beehive? Does the beehive look like the White House? I'm so confused. I guess it is. I didn't know it was shaped like the White House. Four Dub says, obviously it is. We were talking about the White House beehive yesterday, but I hadn't seen a picture of it. Okay. Again, that was posted by the National Mall. Riri Patton said Obama added the beehive, I think. Oh, here, look. First Lady Melania Trump unveils new beehive on South Lawn. There it is. There's the official White House photo of the beehive. There it is. Oh, there's a video about the beehive? Hold on. I know it's kind of irrelevant, but where's this? I can't play the music, but I can show you there's a video here of the beehive. Let me show you. I'm going to show you this. The White House posted a video of the beehive 4 days ago. I did not realize this. So what I'll do is just show you here. Hold on. Right there. This is the White House video of the beehive. See, there's a bee. Look, it's the White House beehive. Oh my gosh, they're going in the White House. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is crazy. Look at this. Oh, they're taking the honey off. Oh my gosh. Incredible. Incredible. Uncredible, as our viewers say. They got honey. They're making the White House beehive honey. White House honey. Is that what it said? Oh my gosh. It's a honey trap, said one of our viewers. There it is. All right. I didn't know. I didn't know it looked like the White House. We were talking about this yesterday because we thought we might see this tour of the White House beehive yesterday. And now, so I was wondering about it. Okay. Anyways. It was handcrafted by a local artisan in the image of the White House, says the White House. T-Wiki says, how much did it cost? Sorry, some people sent me some messages. I'm just checking some of them out. So we don't, it's weird. I mean, it's like, I don't even know that there's been many big updates today about the war. It's this weird kind of situation, stalemate situation. I haven't heard anything really big and new on the negotiations. People are still talking about the beehive. CC says, I would buy some if they sell the White House honey. I'm not sure if you can buy it. USA Today said it's used to prepare White House dishes and gifts from the president and first lady. So you can't just buy it. So for now, you can't buy it. Teresa says, no, you can't. There was something I was going to mention about. There was an article I wanted to talk about. Hold on a second here. Someone in the chat said Iran will run out of oil storage soon. So I'm looking at an article today from Foreign Policy called Why Iran Isn't Blinking Yet. And it says something about that. It says that so this article says that Iran still has some storage space, but eventually they will run out of storage space for their oil. Okay. It says, then the oil field shutdowns would begin, but they may not be as damaging as administration officials hope, says FP. And they talked to an expert at the Eurasia Group, Gregory Brew, who says in 2012, 2013, and 2019, 2020, there were sanctions on Iran that made them curtail their oil output. But in both those cases, it did not result in long-term damage to the oil fields. And Gregory Brew says that they have experience dealing with this kind of thing. But those previous cases were not cases of a full-on U.S. blockade. So another expert said that Iran's older oil fields would be more susceptible to long-term damage if production was shut down. There's a lot of debate about this, about, what damage could Iran's long-term damage might they face if they have to shut down production? How much, how big a deal would that be to them in terms of would it force them to just come to the table, or are they able and willing to just accept whatever consequences come of that because they think that the U.S. Has less pain tolerance than they do? But I see this debated. Paula says, could another country store their oil? Well, they would have to get it there. I was reading something about them trying to maybe ship some by train to China, I think. But I'm not aware that there's any kind of realistic way for them to realistic, cost-effective way that they could store oil in another country. A lot of what they have. Evelyn read somewhere that at this rate, Storage rate hits tank tops in 12 to 13 days. Again, there's different claims out there about this. Yeah, the Wall Street Journal had an article yesterday where they said that Iran is trying to move oil by rail to China, but it's not as cost effective as storing it on tankers. They say it's not really a solution. They say it is stashing it in. They say Iran is stashing oil in derelict tanks, and also using empty tankers. The Wall Street Journal also said that shutting down oil production abruptly can damage oil older fields. But they also say not every production stoppage destroys a well. And also, as the other article said, Iran engineers have experience managing production under sanctions. David Joe Klotz says it's amazing how everyone knows what Iran is doing. I don't think so. By the way, thanks Susan Ray Silvestri. Thank you, Susan, for the memberships. Stella Star says some of those indicators on the map aren't going anywhere because they were floating storage even before all this. Oh, you know what I don't need anymore? I don't think. I don't need my headphones on. Chaba Sama says 2 weeks, just another 2 weeks. The Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University posted an article today saying Iran crude oil storage levels are rising, but production shut-ins may not be imminent. They say Iran has expanded storage infrastructure and now over the past decade, and it may be sufficient to handle up to 2 to 3 weeks of crude exports at pre-war levels. And Axios had an article today. Iran may have oil options to drag things out. One expert, Gregory Brew, who Axios talked to, said that Iran could also smuggle oil overland and in small tankers. That would allow to Iran to make some income even if the U.S. blockade is completely successful. I mean, maybe nothing's going. I mean, I've seen this kind of thinking before, but maybe nothing is really changing because each side thinks the other one is gonna do worse as time goes by. Maybe the U.S., maybe the Trump administration thinks, let's just keep it like this, and eventually Iran's going to run out of storage space for their oil, and they'll be freaking out because they can't store their oil, and they're not making any income. And they'll have to shut off their wells, which will damage them long term. And Iran might think, oh, the longer we keep the strait closed, if it's just like this, oil price going to keep going up, more costs, prices go up of things like gas and all sorts of other things, more political pressure on Trump. So maybe they're waiting for each other. But the last couple days doesn't seem to be a lot of urgency on either side. I will say, I saw this one article, though, yesterday. Another big uncertainty is how much is it going to affect the world economy as days go by. David said that would be a big disaster if it keeps going like this. Goju Ryu says at least the ceasefire is holding up. Yeah, we talked about the UAE withdrawing from OPEC a bunch about 45 minutes ago or so. Bloomberg had an article a couple days ago. Bloomberg had an article, and it was called "The billion barrel Hormuz oil shock is about to crash demand." And what this article is saying is that there's been this spare capacity of oil that was able to fill in for some of the shortage during the war. Oil that hadn't been delivered, strategic reserves, but those buffers are being used up, and that this article talks about how with that buffer used up, you're going to see a lot of bigger negative effects on the world economy. Oil trading giant Gunvor Group, their head said, their head of research at Gunvor Group said, according to Bloomberg, if you don't get any reopening in 3 months' time, then the case becomes a macro issue where the world is about to fall into a recession. Also, a strategist Bloomberg interviewed, Vikas Dwivedi, said in a few weeks we'll start seeing announcements of problems with securing diesel fuel supply. And he said that's the backbone of the world's economy for moving goods around. When it hits diesel, that is when we will all know it and feel it. Bloomberg also says, with a stalemate between President Trump and Iran going on, the impact is increasingly shifting west into products that are central to consumers' everyday lives. But you can see the uncertainty here. How much is it going to affect the world economy and how? When will that happen? When will Iran run out of storage space for its oil? How much does that impact what Iran was willing to do? There's all these uncertainties here. Ty Thompson says short-term pain, long-term more pain. The Vicar thinks there will be a big stock market crash. Yeah, certain countries have been hurt a lot more than others. I mean, there's a quote here from another energy expert in the Bloomberg article that says, because there is still no visible disaster in the West, people think everything is okay. And a bit higher pump prices are the only impact. But demand destruction will come and is coming in waves. Demand destruction is when people have to use, because there's less oil, there's a shortage of oil. It's not, a lot of it's not coming out of not as much as being exported as there used to be before the war. So less oil, since there's less supply, there'll have to be less demand. Less will have to get used. Usage of oil will have to drop. Maggie May says, I'm stocking up on toilet paper. So, but again, is each side thinking that they have the upper hand? I've seen some analyses that say that. Carl Feathers says there's a price point the consumer won't tolerate. Policy parades are already impacting me. I have not bought heating oil since the war started because the price has nearly doubled. Ellie Lassetti says, well, it has hit us here in Australia. How many ships passed in the past day? I'll have to look that up. Oh, I didn't see this new warning. Hey, new warning from 5 hours ago. We talked yesterday about how there have been several incidents with Somali pirates in the last few days off the coast of Somalia. Hey, look, this is one that came out about 5 hours ago off the coast of Somalia. That's not the Persian Gulf. That's the Red Sea there. That's the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. UKMTO has received a report of an incident 500 nautical miles east of Somalia. The master of a tanker was approached by a PAG while transiting south through the Indian Ocean. A larger wooden vessel crossed ahead of the tanker at 1 mile. The master then reported 2 additional craft approached from the starboard side and closed to within 400 meters. Upon sighting the vessel's armed sentries, both small craft... so what happened is, when the small craft saw that the tanker had armed sentries, the small craft and the mothership turned away. A PAG ship what does that mean? I'm not sure what a PAG activity. Oh, Pirate Action Group? Ah. Gemini AI says PAG is used by authorities like the UK MTO to describe units or cells that carry out attacks. Typically, a PAG includes the mothership and attack skiffs and crew. It says Gemini Pirate Action Group. 500 miles off the coast, by the way. Lola says very alarming. So there have been a number of these in the last week or so, a number of reports of pirate activity off the coast of Somalia. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, just posted that he believes, he said, if you look at the bottom there, he says Karg Island, Iran's primary oil export terminal, is soon nearing storage capacity, which will force the regime to reduce oil production, resulting in an additional approximately $170 million per day in lost revenue and causing permanent damage to Iran's oil infrastructure. Treasury will continue to exert maximum pressure in any person, vessel, or entity facilitating illicit flows to Iran, risk exposure to U.S. sanctions. Interdictor says, who would have thought the Somalis pirating again? Slippy says, how many weeks are we into the 2 to 4 week operation? This is week 9. Ruth says, looks quiet. I'll show you what happened in the last 24 hours. Here is the last 24 hours. I like to do this. Last 24 hours of marine traffic. Recently, just a handful of boats have been going through the strait any day. I see a few of them there approaching Caspia and Midas, although I don't know if they're going through. Midas 7. Looks like Midas 7 maybe went through, and New Pioneer maybe? Yeah, Midas 7 went through. New Pioneer. Idemitsu Maru. There's one behind it. Maybe Roya. I mean, it looked like what, 6 or 7, or maybe a couple more, or something like that. I mean, not a huge number going. It's not on a normal day to be 130 or so. Oh, 6-7. There you go. I said 6-7. What do I think will happen soon? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Does each country think that the other one is eventually going to not be able to take it anymore? Is each one right now okay with things kind of existing as they are? Because we're in this weird kind of stalemate situation, it seems, right now. HMM says used to be around 130 ships per day through the strait. Big Jacoby Myers says, I wish they both just stop so the market can stabilize. So I just showed you the last 24 hours. It's just about ending, but you can see there was some activity in the first part of the last 24 hours. And some ships went through, but not that much. And there it is. It's caught up there. Now that's what you see right now. Here's present time. Guy from KC says, one country is facing political pressure, the other is facing oil well shut-in. PW360 said, Fox said everything is on freeze until King and Queen leave. I don't know that that's the case, but who knows? Nick S. says a lot of boats shut off their transponders. I mean, we see sometimes boats shut off transponders for part of the trip. I don't know that they shut them off the whole way. I mean, maybe some do. I'm not sure, but I would think it's a big risk if you start going through the strait and you haven't approved it with Iran, because they have shown before that they will attack boats. Oh, Barcode said one LNG tanker went through. Didn't like the first one go through the war? Maybe. That was like a couple. Reuters said that a liquefied natural gas tanker appeared to have gone through the Strait of Hormuz and was now near India. If confirmed, that would be the first loaded liquefied natural gas tanker to cross the strait since the Iran war started. That tanker has shown up. It was last seen in the Gulf on March 30th and has shown up on the west coast of India, suggesting it crossed the Strait of Hormuz after several weeks without giving off a signal. Reuters says ships around the Gulf have been using evasive tactics such as stopping, transmitting their locations, or transmitting false identification numbers to avoid being targeted or detained. A senior LNG analyst told Reuters, if that tanker has crossed, it would be a hopeful sign for the gas market, but only a very, very early one. One tanker crossing would not necessarily guarantee that more could follow. A few Qatari tankers tried to cross the strait in April without success. This ship was called, again, the... Does it say what the ship was called? I don't think so. Oh, no, it's called the Mubaraz. Mubaraz, LNG tanker. So, again, I don't know what the deal with this one was, but you can see it is now... Oh, I don't have all the past data. I don't have enough past date data because it was here. Now it's near Sri Lanka. How do I get... This is a LNG tanker. So maybe the first one to leave the strait, leave through the strait since the start of the war. By the way, thanks Summer Breeze for the membership. I appreciate that. And thanks to Warlord Gord. Thanks, Warlord Gord, for subscribing, and Trent for subscribing. And hey, I missed it. Gonzalez gave out 5 gift subs. Well, that was really nice of Gonzalez. I missed that. Also, thanks Stackrouse for subscribing. And Persisting Anomalies. Steve God X says, I think Trump will resume or bombing before or after the meeting with President Xi. That is, I think, May 14th, that meeting. I don't know. Black Hat thinks at some point the U.S. is going to have to take over and secure the areas around the strait. No, we did a little state dinner video before we showed you, but I don't think I'm going to stay on and cover it live. I mean, I don't expect the video to be particularly newsworthy from the state dinner. I'm not saying it won't be interesting, but normally I don't cover state dinner stuff. I think we could be getting to that point in this stream where I start wrapping it up. I think we might be getting close to that point, guys. Riri Patton also says, what is going on inside Iran? That is the $1 million question. We covered a bunch of non-war stuff today. I mean, we covered a bunch of we covered Prince Charles speaking in Parliament. We covered the whole James Comey story. James Comey getting indicted for a second time by Department of Justice. But I'm sure we'll be covering more news very soon. John Turpin says, no one but the IRGC knows. Evelyn has been all over. Yeah, we've been covering a bunch of different things. Did I say Prince Charles? I meant King Charles. Sorry. I've done that a couple times. King Charles, of course, not Prince Charles. I had a mental slippage earlier today where I did the same thing. Yes. And I didn't even realize I said it. But, yeah, so why don't we do that right now? We'll have more coverage. I will be keeping an eye out. If there's big news tonight, I can come back on the air. Oops. But what I want to do is, where is this? Oh, I know what I was going to do. Sorry. Try to rest a bit. I'm still getting over my cold thing. So we'll try to take a little break now, but who knows? There might be big news later. But I really appreciate everybody tuning in today for our coverage. And I will post updates also on my X account. which is at Lookner. You can follow me there for breaking news, at Lookner on X. And we'll keep you informed. Oh, hold on. You know what? I will show you a little state dinner because I just got some more video of it. So I can't totally sign off yet because I just got some state dinner video. Hold on here. Look, it's the state dinner. So I won't leave right this second, but maybe what I'll do is I'll start preparing to go while you look at the state dinner. This is the Strait of Hormuz, by the way. No, this is not the Strait of Hormuz. This is the White House. While we're looking at this, let me say a couple things. While we're looking at this, I really appreciate everybody being here and watching the channel and sending in comments and questions and letting me read them on the air and posting in the chat. So look at that. So a huge thanks to all of you for watching. And I would suggest turning on our notifications because you never know when big news is going to happen. I'll come rushing back on the air. We do have our own notification system. Works great. It's free. The mods will post a link to sign up for the notifications, free notifications. You can find that link to sign up for the notifications on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video as well. The Discord notifications. So sign up for those. I would highly recommend that. Hey, let's shout out our moderators who have been here today. That's I have to avoid playing copyrighted music. That could have been copyrighted. So I got it's crazy with the copyrighted music stuff. I got to be careful here. Hang on though. We'll leave this video on. Our mods are the ones who allow us to have chat rooms, keep things under control there, keep it respectful. So really appreciate it. Ruth has been moderating over there. Thank you so much, Ruth. Haley Girl. Thank you, Haley Girl. All of our other YouTube moderators. Big thanks. Audrey Burbank, by the way, says it looks beautiful there. Joanne Gradwell, I already looked at the dinner menu on, we did it earlier in the stream. I'm not going to do it again, but we did do it earlier in the stream. You can maybe rewind and find it. Andrea Holder, thanks for moderating. Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes. Huge thanks to all of our Facebook moderators and our Twitch moderators as well. I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3. Sarah and Surly Dev, thank you. And Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. I don't know if James Comey was ever arrested. I didn't hear that he was. Huge thanks to our mods. And as we keep an eye on this video. Thanks to everybody for supporting the channel today. That's so nice of you guys. People like I Am Charlie. I Am Charlie I didn't thank before. Well, I did thank before, but thanks again for a new I Am Charlie. Also, I think I owe Summer Breeze thanks for being a member. But I think everybody else I thanked earlier. I think I see Scott Pessant, maybe, back there. But again, thanks so much for supporting the channel. Your support is what allows this channel to exist. And I really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. And also, I want to mention we do have a Discord chat, where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air over on Discord. It's free. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. Thanks so much to our Discord moderators, too, for helping out on Discord. Also, hey, it's Pete Hegseth. Isn't that Pete Hegseth, guys? It's Pete Hegseth. Look. It's Pete Hegseth. And Scott Bessent. And Jared Kushner. It's Jared Kushner, too. I think the White House is going to have coverage of the speeches. So when we get off, you can go over to the White House social media. I also wanted to mention, for those on X, another good way to find out when we're going live, follow us. Is that Tim Cook or no? Am I crazy? Who's, I think, the current but leaving CEO of Apple? Am I wrong or no? Is that not Tim Cook? I see a guy with like gray hair and those glasses. Oh, is it Tim Cook? Gluman says it's Tim Cook. By the way, follow at Agenda Free TV for a heads up when we're going live and also updates about the channel at Agenda Free TV on X. I'll also thank some people say Tim Apple. I'm also going to take this chance to thank some of people like our Facebook subscribers like Joanne Gradwall and Robert Real II, Diane Allworth, Kay Lowry Body, all of our other subscribers over there on Facebook. Robert, thank you. Barry Eisler, Sophie Coretta, I think it is. Thanks, Sophie, for being a subscriber. And also our Twitch subscribers like Wall Street and Shaggy and Gonzalez and Trent, 0421, Warlord Good, Gord Stackrouse, Uncle Fester, Hugh J, Holistic, Matthew Kohai 3, Jax Haku, Susan CH4, Midtown Mike, Pi F, Mr. Bigley Uncredible, Travrake, Strong One, Gloomin, Chi-Town, Bayer, Slippy. Appreciate all of our subscribers over there on Twitch. Yumi Bong on Twitch, thanks for subscribing. Barcodable, Maverick, who else? Simp Nasty Scrimp, Jimmer Strike, No Goal. Thanks. Also our YouTube members. Hey, they sat down. People sat down. People like Jonathan Sharp, Eric Johnson, Cac, I Am Charlie, Moot, Gregory Scherer, Evelyn in Maine, Dr. McRib, Dorn Machine, Bluesy Girl, Cac. Thanks for being members. Eric Johnson, Joshua, Texas, Mark P85, Jonathan Sharp. I think I said Cac, Marisol DeValley, Riri Patton, Moot, Chris N, Vanilla Coke, JD63, Benny Hill, Bluesy Girl, Night Vibe TV. Thanks to all of our members. Barney Rubble. We might stick around a few minutes just to see what's going on with the speaking. Maybe Trump will speak right now. He might speak right now. If Trump speaks, we'll watch him speak. We're here anyway. I'll delay the ending. Maybe Trump will speak right now. Someone is speaking, says Ruth. Yes, bonus coverage. Bonus coverage. I got to see if Trump's going to speak now. Again, bonus coverage. I said we were getting off the air, but then I saw that we had this footage, so we're gonna wait a second. I think we're about to see Trump speak, by the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump, accompanied by their Majesties, King Charles III and Queen Camilla.
Thank you very much. Please. This is a great honor, and we welcome Their Majesties King Charles III and Queen Camilla of the United Kingdom to the White House. Very special place, very, very special. And I also want to, before we really begin, I want to congratulate on having made a fantastic speech today at Congress. He got the Democrats to stand. I've never been able to do that. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. They liked him more than they've ever liked any Republican or Democrat, actually. So I just want to thank you and congratulations. It's not an easy thing to do. That's a tough place. It's a true privilege to have you here for this historic state visit. Last fall, Melania and I had the pleasure of visiting Their Majesties at Windsor Castle, a structure that's so beautiful and so long that it never seemed to end. I looked down as a former real estate person, and it just went on forever. And it was built by a gentleman named William the Conqueror, in the year 1070, and I asked the king, I said, was he a nice man, William the Conqueror? He said, I tend to doubt it. I don't think so. When they call you William the Conqueror, generally speaking, you're not going to be too nice, but he must have been something, because it was nothing like I've ever seen Windsor Castle. But tonight, in return, we are really doing something that's very special, preparing to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our Declaration of Independence, a big time in our country, very big time. And it's only natural that Americans begin this commemoration by paying tribute to the transcendent bond we share with the nation that Thomas Jefferson himself called our mother country. He used to go around saying, that's our mother country, how nice. From English towns and Scottish hills, from Welsh mountains and Irish villages, a people unique in history sailed across the mighty Atlantic to settle and civilize this continent in the name of God, King, and country. So beautiful. They called it New England and meant that very, very literally. The first Americans saw themselves as free men carrying the forward and central liberties and ancient rights of the Anglo-Saxons into this new and beautiful world. In the eyes of America's founders, our war of independence was fought not to reject this heritage, but to reclaim it and perfect it. As the founding father, George Mason, wrote, we claim nothing but the liberty and privileges of Englishmen in the same degree as we had still continued among our brethren when we were in Great Britain. The Declaration of Independence was a miracle for the ages that sparked a far-reaching revolution in self-government and human freedom. But even though the political bonds between the United States and Great Britain were dissolved forever, they thought, on July 4th, 1776, the more powerful strands of memory, culture, and identity proved unbreakable in any conflict and grew into a friendship unlike any other on earth, a very, very special and incredible friendship. Historians have noted that to this day, the distinct regions of the United States still echo with the particular accents, habits, and traditions of the British communities that first settled them centuries ago. The names of half of the original American states refer to members of the British royal family, as do American cities from Charleston to Annapolis, Charlotte to Albany, and even the place where I grew up and actually loved very much, Queens, New York. Who would have thought? But far beyond names and principles, there's something unique and very special that has always united our two people, a certain nobility of spirit and heroic soul. The same audacity that called a small island kingdom to rule the seven seas, and rule them you did, inspired the children of 13 American colonies to explore a great frontier and a very, very dangerous frontier and settle what was known as the Wild, Wild West. The men who planted the American flag on the moon carried them. The same hunger for adventure and achievement as those who raised the Union Jack above Antarctica and first sailed St. George's Cross all around the globe. The American soldiers who crossed the Atlantic to freedom, rescue in 1944 were moved by the same keen sense of righteousness that drove the English Crusaders to the Holy Land 1,000 years ago. The entire world has been uplifted by this distinct and special character we share, this unstoppable daring, this unconquerable courage. It really is. It's unconquerable. And speaking of that, where's Rory McIlroy? Can stand up, Rory, will you please? That was unconquerable courage. That was very good, Rory. I don't know if that helps them talk about how wonderful the speech, but I had to interrupt my speech because I watched that man win a tournament. That was a tough one. Congratulations. Very proud of you. All right, now I'll get back to my speech, Rory, okay? But it was unconquerable courage, this inexhaustible supply of ambition, ingenuity, and resolve. From the trenches of World War I to the beaches of Normandy, from the frozen hills of Korea to the scorching sands of North Africa and the Middle East. And we're doing a little Middle East work right now, too, if you might know. And we're doing very well. We have militarily defeated that particular opponent. And we're never going to let that opponent ever, Charles agrees with me, even more than I do, we're never going to let that opponent have a nuclear weapon. They know that, and they've known it right now very powerfully. But our countries have stood together, defiant and triumphant against the forces of communism, fascism, and tyranny. Together we have expanded the reaches of human knowledge and endeavored always to make this world safer, more prosperous, more just, and more free. Ours is a treasured friendship, an eternal bond, and a true story of extraordinary heroism and skill. A lot of skill, tremendous skill. History has known no more powerful force than the combination of American patriotism and British pride. The British Empire that began here in America certainly did not end here. The sons and daughters of the British Isles went on to found more countries and spread more civilization than any nation before. They built an English-speaking world upon which the sun never sets and provided an example to which free people will always turn, that always turn. They have such love and such respect. Today, most of Britain's former colonies have no idea what they truly owe to this towering legacy of law, liberty, and British custom that they were given. We were given that, and it was a great, great gift. Tonight, on the eve of our 250th year of cherished independence, we turn to the sovereign embodiment of our British heritage and say sincerely thank you to our friends, the United Kingdom, for the richest inheritance that any nation has ever given to another. May our two countries stand together forever for liberty, for justice, and for the glory of God. Ladies and gentlemen, I offer a toast to 250 years of American freedom, and very importantly, to a great man, His Majesty, King Charles III. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, First Lady, my wife and I are most grateful to you for your generous hospitality as the United States celebrates this very special anniversary year of the Declaration of Independence. And may I also just start by paying tribute to your own courage and steadfastness, as well as to your security services, for their swift actions on Saturday evening in preventing further injury. My thoughts and sympathies are very much with you, the First Lady, and all those guests for whom this must have been a very upsetting incident. As the words of that famous anthem remind us, this is the land of the free and home of the brave, as your own response demonstrates. what used to be called in the last war in the United Kingdom, keep calm and carry on. I now realize, ladies and gentlemen, to my amazement, that my first visit to this remarkable country was over 50 years ago, and, Mr. President, the golden threads of history and heritage between our lands are also embodied, as you mentioned earlier today, in your own family and your own family story, whose roots trace back to the beautiful landscapes of Britain's Outer Hebrides and continue, as we know, in the great golf courses of the Highlands. I can only imagine the immense pride with which your own dear mother, indeed both your parents, must be looking down on the great office to which you have been elected for a historic second term. And if I may say so, it is a particular pleasure to be back in this wonderful building, the heart of your democracy. On this occasion, I cannot help noticing the readjustments to the East Wing, Mr. President, following your visit to Windsor Castle last year. And I'm sorry to say that we British, of course, made our own small attempt at real estate redevelopment of the White House in 1814. Anyway, I'm so glad we have an important opportunity at this critical time to renew those bonds of history and friendship between our nations and our peoples. 2.5 centuries ago, the United States of America was founded through an audacious and visionary act of self-determination. From the beginning, the American character has been defined by courage, tenacity, and the spirit of adventure. As the direct descendant of King George III, I know this is a nation that never gives up. And my family's history remains reflected in your maps, which read rather like our Christmas card list across the ages. North and South Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, and the cities of Charleston, a particular favorite of mine, obviously, Georgetown, and for that matter, Georgia, Annapolis, as you mentioned, and further favorites, Prince William County and Williamsburg. This said, our French friends can feel equally at home with a glance at a map. Indeed, you recently commented, Mr. President, that if it were not for the United States, European countries would be speaking German. Dare I say that if it wasn't for us, you'd be speaking French. Of course, we both love our French cousins greatly, and we three estates are not only bound by our shared values, but by a profound belief that together we are more than the sum of our parts. Out of the fires of a bitter and bloody Revolutionary War, the triumph of the father of this country, George Washington, and his fellow founders, was to forge a democracy founded upon the rights to liberty and the rule of law. The story of Britain and America is one of reconciliation, from adversaries to the closest of allies, not always perhaps following the straightest path. As you said yourself, Mr. President, during your own state visit at Windsor Castle last year, ours is an unbreakable bond of history and heritage, culture and commerce, industry and invention, and we are determined to face the future together. Tonight, we are here to renew an indispensable alliance which has long been a cornerstone of prosperity and security for both British and American citizens. Our people have fought and fallen together in defense of the values we cherish. Across the ocean and from coast to coast, we have traded, innovated, and created together. We've stood together through the best and worst of times. However, the challenges we now face, from those who wish us harm across the world to balancing the risks and opportunities of powerful new technologies, to the threats to the very international rules that have allowed us to trade and have kept power in balance for 80 years, those challenges encourage us to reaffirm tonight the basis on which our partnership has been built. And yes, we have had our moments of difficulty, even in more recent history. When my mother visited in 1957, not the least of her tasks was to help put the special back into our relationship after a crisis in the Middle East. Nearly 70 years on, it is hard to imagine anything like that happening today. But it is not hard to see how important the relationship remains in matters both seen and unseen. My mother's first Prime Minister, Sir Winston Churchill, understood this so well. But then he himself was half American, a tradition of shared transatlantic heritage, which I am pleased to say is alive and well in the White House today. Indeed, such was the closeness that Sir Winston, while staying here in the White House, in those rooms you showed us upstairs, emerged naked from the bathtub to discover the door opening as President Roosevelt came in for a chat. With rapier wit, the President cast aside any embarrassment by declaring that the Prime Minister has nothing to conceal from the President of the United States. This warmth came after testing times between our leaders in the early 1940s. The kinship and friendship of many centuries provided great reassurance to my late grandfather, King George VI, as it did to my late mother. It means every bit as much to me. Of course, my late mother met no fewer than 13 serving presidents, thankfully all of them fully clothed. The first president I had the honor of meeting at the age of 10 in 1959 when he came to Balmoral was President Eisenhower, who had served as Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Forces during World War II at a most critical time in the darkest days of the 20th century. American leadership helped rebuild a shattered continent, playing a decisive role as a defender of freedom in Europe. We and I shall never forget that, not least as freedom is again under attack following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Today, our partnerships in NATO and AUKUS deepen our technological and military cooperation and ensure that together we can meet the challenges of an increasingly complex and contested world. And speaking of submarine alliances, there was one particular AUKUS predecessor, launched from a UK shipyard in 1944, that served for the majority of her life attached to the 4th Submarine Squadron in Australia, playing a critical role during the war in the Pacific. Her name? HMS Trump. So tonight, Mr. President, I am delighted to present to you, as a personal gift, the original bell which hung on the conning tower of your valiant namesake. May it stand as a testimony to our nation's shared history and shining future. And should you ever need to get hold of us, well, just give us a ring. For 250 years, the ingenuity and imagination of the people of the United States have been an inspiration to the world. This land of opportunity has nourished some of humanity's greatest minds, from the industrial age to the space age. So many miracles of the modern world have been and still are invented in America. Indeed, we have followed the voyage of Artemis II, or Artemis II, as my family and I might like to call her, with close attention. Now, I know you have big plans for the moon, Mr. President, but I've actually checked the papers, and I rather suspect it is already part of the Commonwealth, I'm afraid. Ladies and gentlemen, on this week's visit, I look forward to meeting the people and communities of this dynamic country, including celebrating some of the work of my King's Trust, which it has been doing in these communities, helping give young people a chance to succeed across America in this year when we mark 50 years of the Trust. Can you believe it? Every year, millions of Britons journey to this remarkable country to experience its glorious national parks, soaring mountains and ancient forests. From the peaks of the Pacific Northwest to the rugged shores of the Atlantic, from the vast expanses of the West to the sweeping prairies and canyons, the natural beauty of this land is found in every corner. And in sport, in just a few weeks, the United States and Canada will be among those to welcome the world as hosts of the FIFA World Cup. So in one sense, Mr. President, as heads of state, we are joint hosts. We call this game, by the way, football, Mr. President. And I can only say, as the head of state of 5 competing countries, I will be watching the matches closely and with great enthusiasm. After all, we always like favourable odds. So this city, Washington, D.C., is the home of more Shakespeare folios than anywhere in the world. 82 copies are carefully preserved and shared at the Folger Library. And at this time, when the search for peace in the world is more critical than ever, I can only turn to Shakespeare's genius to remind us of the plea for peace spoken by the Duke of Burgundy at the conclusion of Henry V. My speech entreats that I may know why gentle peace should not bless us with her former qualities. Thank you, Mr. President and Mrs. Trump, for your splendid dinner this evening, which, may I say, is a very considerable improvement on the Boston Tea Party. So, whether your cup contains tea, wine, Scotch whisky, bourbon, or even cola, let us raise our glasses and voices as we toast the past, the present, and the future, thank you, of our 2 proud and allied nations. To the United States and the United Kingdom, God bless both our countries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. There's your ball. Great job. That's so beautiful. That's
I think that might be it for the speeches for the moment. Yes, because the White House was showing their own feed and their feed just cut out. Hold on a second here. They're sitting down to get ready to eat. They're getting ready to eat. Gold Wingnut Man enjoyed the speeches. Hey, that was bonus coverage. I didn't know we'd be on. I didn't know that we'd be on for that. It just so happened that I was about to wrap up the stream and then that came on, so we got to see the speeches. How about that? I think we're going to lose this feed in a second too, because there we go. All right, hey, the timing worked out. The timing worked out. It perfectly worked out. Great. Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm glad we got to see that. I'm glad we got to see it. All right. So look, let me take a couple comments. We already did our kind of end of the stream stuff. Maggie May said that was great. It was interesting to see. Here we have the live shot there of the White House. There's the White House right there. Okay, what I'll do is More live news coverage on Agenda Free TV soon. Okay, so I am going to just wrap this up. We're not going to do a whole other big wrap-up thing because we just did that. We just did it a few minutes ago. But if I can just shout out the mods again. Haley Girl. Oh, Haley Girl, thank you. Ruth, thank you for moderating over there on YouTube. By the way, I thanked him in the chat, but AZ Intel's dad. It's really AZ Intel's dad. Thank you so much for your support, AZ Intel's dad. And I am Charlie and Brandy75, our member. Shout out to, again, our moderators on Twitch. I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Becky French said she enjoyed that. Melissa Terry said she enjoyed it. People liked watching that. George Walker says, I can't describe how much I hate black tie events. George does not like going to black tie events. Oh, thanks, C. Serwin. Hey, C. Serwin, that's really nice of you. Thanks for supporting the channel, C. Serwin. Very kind of you. Thanks again to Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Shannon Davis Hughes, Andrea Holder, moderating on Facebook. We already did all the thanks before. We thanked the Twitch subscribers and the YouTube members and the Facebook subscribers and gave the X accounts. So again, I'm wrapping this up, but one thing I'll quickly say is I just saw that the Wall Street Journal is reporting. Wall Street Journal says Trump tells aides to prepare for an extended blockade of Iran. That's what the Wall Street Journal is reporting, that Trump has told aides to prepare for an extended blockade of Iran. And they say that Trump has chosen to continue squeezing Iran's economy by the blockade, and he has assessed that other options like resuming bombing or walking away from the conflict carried more risk than maintaining the blockade. That's what but there's also a risk, of course, that oil prices, well, I assume if the blockade continues and the situation continues status quo, the oil prices will continue going up. That's being reported the last few minutes by the Wall Street Journal. So, I mean, could we be seeing weeks more of this blockade or more? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, anyways, they just reported that, the Wall Street Journal, that they're saying Trump has instructed aides to prepare for an extended blockade. What's going to happen with oil prices? Brent is about 111.5 now. WTI is about 100. Okay, we'll see. We'll have more coverage soon. Maybe we'll do another stream tomorrow. Marisol says, it seems like there's no hope oil will go down. Hey, thank you again. Yeah, David Joe Klotz. I'm not sure that's totally. I can't guarantee that's correct. That's what the Wall Street Journal is reporting. But who knows? We'll have to see. Thanks again, JD63. Thanks everybody for watching. I thanked a bunch of people earlier. And we're going to wrap this up. Chucky T. Plague, thanks for watching. And Paolo Majorana, thank you for watching. All right, guys, wrapping this up. More news soon. If there's huge news tonight, we will come on the air. But otherwise, we'll be on the air soon. And again, you can follow me for updates when we're not on the air at Lookner on X. At Lookner on X. All right. So, oh, hey, AZ Intel's dad. That's so nice of you. Right at the end of the stream. It's really AZ Intel's dad. Thank you, and shout out, thanks to AZ Intel's dad for shouting out our moderators. Thank you, Alex Vera, thanks for watching. Jay Hibbs, Fat Cat, Nomad. A few more thank yous here. Audrey Burbank, Phyllis Morrow Bauer, Becky French, George Walker, Jasmine Beatty, Melissa Terry, Vogue Ohms, Slippy on Twitch. Thanks for being a subscriber. Schmo Knight. Okay to play all day. Thank you. All right, guys. We are wrapping it up. So again, I really appreciate you watching. We will have more. Hold on. More news coverage soon. By the way, the Wall Street Journal says for now Trump is comfortable with an indefinite blockade. All right, who knows how long this blockade, this whole situation will be status quo for? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. All right, guys. That is it for now. Thank you for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.